straight out the mud. Still got a stain on my jeans. Hands in the air, but they used to be on my knees, yeah. Yeah. Lost at a loss, I was telling the grief. Mind like a war zone, every thought was a thief. Hard on E, I was riding on fume. Dark in my room, I was planning my tune. Then you stepped in, rewrote the ending. Cut through the static, broke through the tension. Laid your hand right over the wound. Told me live when they expected my doom. I've been stabbed by God. This ain't love. What he put his name on, they can't touch. Haters throw stones, but they can't crush. Diamonds don't crack, we shine under the pressure. I'm more than a conqueror, yeah, that's us. Destiny talking, this ain't chance, it's trust. They try to block it, but the gates they shut. I've been stand by God, stand by God. Grave on the left, grace on the right side. I was walking that line with my eyes tight. Voices in my head said you finished quick, but you weren't a good friend. Made the lies all split. Now I'm walking through fire with a calm in my chest. Got wounds, got scars, but I call that blessed. Cause every cut turned into a crest. Every setback set me up for the next, yeah. Table in the presence of the petty and proud. You set the place while they talk out loud. They see the glow, but they don't see the cost. You resurrected, they wrote off lost. I've been stabbed by God. This ain't luck. What he put his name on, they can't touch. Haters throw stones, but they can't crush. Diamonds don't crack, we shine under the pressure. I'm more than a conqueror, yeah, that's us. Destiny talking, this ain't chance, it's trust. They try to block it, but the gates they shut. I've been stand by God, stand by God. Under siege, now I'm under your wing. Used to drown in the deep, now I stand on the sea. They said coincidence, I said covenant ink. You already signed it before I could think. If you wrote my story, who can edit that line? Nobody. Nobody, nobody, what you call mine stays mine. I've been stabbed by God. This ain't love. What he put his name on, they can't touch. Haters throw stones, but they can't crush. Diamonds don't crack, we shine under the pressure. I'm more than a conqueror, yeah, that's us. Destiny talking, this ain't chance, it's trust. They try to block it, but the gates they shut. I've been stand by God, stand by God. No doubt. What you call mine? Stays mine. I've been stabbed by God. This ain't luck. What he put his name on, they can't touch. Haters throw stones, but they can't crush. Diamonds don't crack, we shine under the pressure. I'm more than a conqueror, yeah, that's us. Destiny talking, this ain't chance, it's trust. They try to block it, but the gates they shut. I've been stand by God, stand by God. Welcome to the show. Welcome to the show.
How many people do you know who say, I'm fine, but deep down, they're really not fine at all? How many men have been taught to be strong, provide, protect, and keep pushing? But we're never taught what to do when they are the ones who need help. Because sometimes the person who was always checking on everybody else is the person nobody else checks on at all. Sometimes I'm good really means I don't know how to explain what I'm feeling. So tonight we're going to have a real conversation about mental health, especially men's mental health. We're going to talk about recognizing when something is wrong, understanding that emotions don't make us weak, and remembering that reaching out for support is not failure. You don't have to share anything personal, but if you're felt overwhelmed, emotionally exhausted, isolated, or like you've had to carry everything alone, then this conversation may be for you. So, what's going on, Diamond Builders? If you're new here, welcome in. This channel is about faith, information, growth that's earned, and pressure that produces purpose. We don't fold under pressure, we are shaped by it. I am your host, Fear No Mortals. Welcome to my channel. And y'all know I am unorganized today. I'm trying to get it all together.
Fear no mortals. Mortals.
So, if you are here to build stronger faith, stand in truth, this is a safe place to do so. This channel is about encouragement, information, and uplifting one another. So, go ahead and hit that like and subscribe if you haven't already. And make sure to set your notifications to all so you never miss encouragement. And share, especially if you think this message can help somebody else out. And of course, we'd love for you to join the Diamond Builder community. As membership grows, I will be doing some activities for my members. And all support matters and is appreciated to help the channel grow. Feel free to support the channel at 26 Gems F&M on Cash App. Also, you can send a super chat or super sticker as well. I also have a QR code on the screen. We also love gifts. All support counts, and your chat and comment participation helps us in the algorithm. So if you are watching the replay, you can also send a super thanks. We want to build strong faith with the truth of our Lord and Savior in the center, also giving encouragement, confident building, and information that can help save someone's life. We have real conversations that affect our everyday life. So today we are doing something a little bit different. I'm kind of going to do this in two parts today. So we will be focusing a lot on men's mental health because it is National Minority Mental Health Month. I was talking to somebody recently and thought about all the struggles men go through, especially men with melanin. So I started reading some things and thought it would be a good idea to bring some awareness because a lot of men suffer in silence. I will also be doing 2 other streams this coming week, or should I say next week, on mental health as well, because the 27th is National PTSD Day. And I will also be doing a stream on mental health focused on women. So before I get into the men's mental health, we are going to briefly go over the fact that God doesn't lie to us and we can trust his promises. So y'all know I have to get into my nightly scriptures. So now that we got the church announcements out of the way, let's see who stopped by. All right. Hey, Daya, honey. Good to see you. Thank you for stopping by. Hey, let's learn something. Thank you for stopping by. And I am going to get straight into it. So let's get into part one. And I wanted to go over Numbers 23 and 19. So God is not a man that he should lie. And this simply means human, period, not just men. So in Numbers 23 and 19, it says, God is not a man that he should lie, neither the Son of Man that he should repent. Hath he said, and shall he not do it? Or hath he spoken, and shall he not make it good? This is a powerful foundation because we live in a world where people make promises and don't keep them. People say they'll be there and they disappear. People tell us one thing and do another. But the character of God is different. God does not lie. God does not make empty promises. God does not need to manipulate us. The question is not always, will God do what he said? Sometimes the real question is, can I trust God while I'm waiting for him to do it? Because many times our doubt doesn't come because God has failed. Our doubt comes because we don't understand the timing. So when it says God is not a man that he should lie, we have to know that God is not like human beings who can lie, deceive, or make promises they do not keep. God's character is completely trustworthy. And when it says neither the Son of Man that he should repent, God does not change his mind because of human weakness, deception, or uncertainty. He is not unstable or unpredictable like us as people can be. Hath he said, and shall he not do it? If God has spoken a promise, he has the power and faithfulness to fulfill it. His word is not empty. Or hath he spoken, and shall he not make it good? If God has declared something, he will bring it to completion in his way and in his timing. We have to remember it's not always going to be in our timing. God's character is different from human character. And the bottom line is that means we cannot measure God's faithfulness by the unfaithfulness of people. Because people may have promised you and disappointed you, told you they loved you and hurt you, said they will stay and they left, said they will help and they disappeared, made commitments and they never fulfilled it. So sometimes we begin to transfer the behavior of people onto God. And we simply can't do that. Hey, Genesis, good to see you. Thanks for stopping by. So we start thinking if they didn't do it, maybe God won't do it neither. But God is not a man. People can change their mind. God does not change because he suddenly became unreliable. That's not the way it works. But God does not operate on our clock. This is where you can really make sense of the whole thing. A delayed promise is not automatically a denied promise. It's two different things. Delay is not denial. We have to be careful because sometimes we assume because I don't see it, God isn't doing anything. But silence does not mean he's not there. He's not working in the background. A seed can be underground and still be growing. A promise can be in process even when you don't see the evidence yet. This is where you can talk about the difference between God's promise and what God said, our timing, and when we think it should happen. God's timing, not ours. When God knows we are ready, when circumstances are aligned, and when the promise will be accomplished the way He intended it. So we have to learn how to simply say, God, I trust what you said, even when I don't understand when you are going to do it. God does not lie. God does not make empty promises, and God does not fail to fulfill His word. Our challenge is learning to trust Him even when we don't understand the timing. The delay is not meaning that God lies. So we have to recognize that. So also in Titus 1 and 2, the Bible speaks about the hope of eternal life, which God, who cannot lie, promised. So the verse says, in the hope of eternal life, which God, who does not lie, promised before the beginning of time. So this tells us something important right here. Our hope is not built on wishful thinking. Biblical hope is not, I hope God remembers me. Biblical hope is, I know God is faithful even while I am waiting. There is a difference between, I hope God does what He said, and I trust that God will do what He said, even though I do not know when. And this is where our faith is tested. Now, God's promises is an anchor when your emotions are moving. In Hebrews 6 and 18, it tells us, God did this so that by two unchangeable things, in which it is impossible for God to lie, we who have fled to take hold of the hope set before us may be greatly encouraged. So what is that telling us? The passage is talking about having strong encouragement to hold on to the hope set before us. It describes hope as an anchor for the soul. That is powerful because your emotions can move. Your circumstances can move. Your bank account can move. Your relationships can move. Your health, your job, and your environment can change. Just like that. But an anchor is designed to keep you from drifting. So then the question becomes, what are you anchored to when life starts moving? Because if you're anchored only to how you feel, you will drift. If you're anchored only to what you see, you will drift. If you're anchored only to people's promises, you may drift. But when you are anchored to the character and promises of God, you have something to hold on to. So when it says God is not a man that He should lie, He does not make promises He cannot keep, but trusting God also means trusting His timing. The fact that I haven't seen it yet does not mean God has forgotten what He said. My responsibility is not to force God's timing. My responsibility is to remain anchored while I wait. And that's the beauty of just knowing that just because we don't see it right away, that does not mean that it is not coming. Because God is not a human that He's going to lie to us or fail us. And so that is the message that we have to take in, and we have to ask ourselves, just because I don't see it now, does that mean I'm never going to see it at all? Does that mean that it's never going to come? No, it just means that we may be in a waiting season. And that's okay, because sometimes those waiting seasons, like I always say, it is getting us ready. It's growing us, it's maturing us. And sometimes we have to go through that process, and that's okay. So I wanted to give you guys that to let you know you have to still be hopeful. Don't give up hope just because you can't see things happening the way you want it now. If it is in God's will, it will still pass.
Yeah, Diamond Builders. Let's go. Like, subscribe. Don't forget to share. Like, subscribe. Don't forget to share. Turn on that notification bell. Set it to all. Don't miss a thing. Updates dropping. Stay in the loop. Announcements coming. We bring the truth. Make sure you set it to all. Diamond Builders. Don't miss the call. Like, subscribe. Don't forget to share. Like, subscribe. Don't forget to share. Like, subscribe. Turn it on. Diamond Builders. Answer the call.
All right, so I want to touch on men's mental health for minority. It's National Minority Mental Health Awareness Month. And I know that many people of color suffer with mental health issues. And so I wanted to touch on a few things today and give you all some information as well. So I'm going to give you guys a few stats that I looked up that I think are important for you guys to know. So I just want to start by saying a lot of men are forced to have an image of being strong. They have everything handled. Things are not supposed to get to them, especially the way that it gets to women. But strength is not pretending you don't feel anything. Strength is being honest enough to acknowledge what you are carrying and wise enough to seek help if need be. Because we know that men are often taught, don't cry, don't talk about your feelings, be strong, figure it out yourself, don't admit you're struggling, don't let anyone see you weak. But the Bible also shows men who were afraid. It's not something that just started in this day and time. Men were exhausted back then. Men were overwhelmed back then. Men went through mental struggles back then as well. Men questioned themselves. Men cried. Men needed encouragement just as well as anybody else. There were men who needed other people, and there still are. And yet God was still able to use them. So approximately 1 in 5 adult men in the U.S. experience a mental illness each year, encompassing a wide range of conditions from depression to anxiety. Now, there is a significant treatment gap, which means only about 42% of men with a mental illness receive professional care, compared to probably around 60% of women. So men account for approximately 79% of all suicide deaths in the United States, making it a critical public health issue. There's societal stigma and traditional masculine norms that emphasize self-reliance. And these can be major barriers that prevent men from seeking timely help. Hey Zone, good to see you. Thank you for stopping by. Um, Men are more likely to turn to unhealthy coping mechanisms, with studies showing there are 2 to 3 times more they are 2 to 3 times more likely than women to even misuse drugs or find other coping mechanisms. And so when I read all that, I decided that it was definitely important to talk about all of this because people are struggling. And in my research, I figured out that more people are struggling than we even know. And that's not a good thing. So we're going to get into some facts about all of this on today. So before I go into some more facts, I just want to use a few examples of men that were in the word that did struggle. So let's say David, a man who was honest with God. David is one of the strongest examples because David didn't hide his emotions from God. He wrote about fear, loneliness, betrayal, depression, anxiety, anger, feeling abandoned, feeling overwhelmed. And I think, like David, a lot of men suffer through these things as well. In Psalms, it shows that David could say, God, I trust you. But instead, at some point, he only said, God, where are you? So that is important because having questions does not automatically mean you have no faith. Sometimes faith means bringing your questions to God instead of running away from God. But I think it's crucial for men to have a safe place where they can be honest, having somebody that they can talk to and be able to express themselves with. Sometimes they need someone willing to say, I hear you. I'm not judging you. You don't have to carry this by yourself. And some people just simply don't have that. And let's say Elijah, a man who became exhausted. Elijah is a powerful example for mental health. He had just experienced a major victory, and afterward, he became afraid and overwhelmed. He ran. He became isolated and exhausted, and essentially reached a point where he did not want to continue. But what I love about the story is that God did not immediately condemn him. God provided rest and nourishment. Sometimes the first thing somebody needs is rest, food, a safe environment, time to breathe, someone to listen. We sometimes want to spiritualize everything. We say, hey, just pray harder. But Elijah needed prayer and rest. He needed God and restoration. You can love God, but still become exhausted. And what about Moses? A man who felt unable to carry the responsibility. Moses had a huge assignment, but he became overwhelmed by the weight of leading people. He reached a point where he was frustrated and emotionally exhausted. And this shows us something. Just because you were called to do something, that does not mean you were designed to carry everything alone. A lot of men are responsible for their families, their children, their relationships, their finances, their careers, their communities. Some men are carrying the pressure of being the provider, protector, problem solver, and the strong one. But eventually, even strong people can become overwhelmed. And Moses had to learn that leadership also requires support. And what about Job? A man who lost almost everything. Job lost his children, his possessions, his health, his sense of security. And Job did not pretend that he was okay. He grieved, he questioned, he exposed pain, he had conversations with God. But his pain did not make God abandon him. And that's very important. A man's emotional pain does not make him less valuable to God. And struggling mentally does not mean someone is spiritually worthless. And Jesus himself, the perfect example of emotional honesty. Jesus himself wept. He experienced sorrow. He experienced anguish. Before the crucifixion, Jesus was deeply distressed. He prayed. He asked for his Father's will to be done. And he still experienced emotional pain. So we need to be careful when we tell men, if you're really strong, you wouldn't feel this. Because Jesus experienced emotion. The issue is not whether you feel. The issue is what you do with what you feel. And that's very important. So before I get into the meat of everything that I looked up concerning men's mental health, I have to grab this. Hey, Hustler, how you doing? Good to see you. Thank you for stopping by. We are discussing men's mental health today, and I am about to really get into some facts and some highlights after this brief intermission, y'all. Be right back.
Straight out the mud, still got a stain on my jeans. Hands in the air, but they used to be on my knees, yeah. Lost at a loss, I was telling the grief. Mind like a war zone, every thought was a thief. Hard on E, I was riding on fume. Dark in my room, I was planning my tune. Then you stepped in, rewrote the ending. Cut through the static, broke through the tension. Laid your hand right over the wound. Told me live when they expected my doom. I've been stabbed by God. This ain't love. What he put his name on, they can't touch. Haters throw stones, but they can't crush. Diamonds don't crack, we shine under the pressure. I'm more than a conqueror, yeah, that's us. Destiny talking, this ain't chance, it's trust. They try to block it, but the gates they shut. I've been stand by God, stand by God. Grave on the left, grace on the right side. I was walking that line with my eyes tied. Voices in my head said you finished quick, but you weren't a good friend. Made the lies all split. Now I'm walking through fire with a calm in my chest. Got wounds, got scars, but I call that blessed. Cause every cut turned into a crest. Every setback set me up for the next, yeah. Table in the presence of the petty and proud. You set the place while they talk out loud. They see the glow, but they don't see the cost. You resurrected, they wrote off lost. I've been stabbed by God. This ain't luck. What he put his name on, they can't touch. Haters throw stones, but they can't crush. Diamonds don't crack, we shine under the pressure. I'm more than a conqueror, yeah, that's us. Destiny talking, this ain't chance, it's trust. They try to block it, but the gates they shut. I've been stand by God, stand by God. Under siege, now I'm under your wing. Used to drown in the deep, now I stand on the sea. They said coincidence, I said covenant ink. You already signed it before I could think. If you wrote my story, who can edit that line? Nobody. Nobody, nobody, what you call mine stays mine. us. They try to block it, but the gates they shut. I've been stand by God, stand by God. Welcome to the show. Welcome to the show.
All right, all right. Hey, Zone, how are you?
Yo, mic check 1 2. Who got more game than Sun do? Can you hear me? Feel no more?
I do hear you. I'm trying to figure out why you're small. Let me try to. Okay, there you go. You know, I'm not so advanced, so I got to try to figure all this out.
Oh, it's all good.
Well, thanks for coming up. I want to. Do you have any thoughts that you want to add before I read a few more facts about men's mental health?
Keep cooking. You said you were saying a lot. I like what I'm hearing. Keep cooking.
Okay. So, men's mental health is a growing public health concern, marked by a complex interplay of societal pressures, biological factors, and unique barriers to care. While approximately 1 in 5 men experience a mental health condition annually, many suffer in silence. So, cultural norms that want men to be stoic, be self reliant, often discourage men from even acknowledging or being vulnerable enough to seek help. So, it often contributes to underdiagnosis and untreated conditions. This silence can have devastating consequences, including higher rates of suicide and substance abuse, making it crucial to understand the scale of the issue and the factors that drive it. So, one of the primary obstacles to men's mental wellness is the powerful influence of societal stigma, excuse me. So it's an internal belief that needing help may be a sign of weakness, and that prevents so many men from getting help. I have heard myself some men say, well, I'm not going to get any help, so I think there's a good amount of men that feel like they don't need any help when they might really be suffering in silence. So this causes a lot of men to just let it continue. And this reluctance contributes to a staggering average 11-year delay between the onset of symptoms and the start of treatment. And that can be kind of scary. What do you think about that, Zone?
Yeah, that's frightening actually. 11 years. It's like a ticking time bomb. Just as and I can only just give my experience. I don't really have a lot of I don't have the stats and everything right now, but yeah, I don't think no man is weak for asking for help. Point blank, period. Like we're human beings, yes, we're made in God's image in human form. Right. So we need to ask for help. Never be afraid to reach out to, one of your partners or your dad, your grandfather, uncle, cousins, pastor, anybody, that's doing work in your community. Never be afraid to ask them these questions, or never be afraid to, say, hey, I've been thinking about some things. What do you think about this? Never be afraid to run whenever you're concerned about yourself, or you could just be concerned about the way you think about things. Never be afraid to run that by someone that you trust, preferably a male, so that they can, give you that feedback to kind of balance what you're going through.
I agree. Let me ask you, do you think that
You sound kind of low, Fear. Fear. I'm sorry.
Okay, hold on. Let me turn my mic up a little bit. Can you hear me better?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay,
Gotcha.
good. Do you think that a lot of men have a safe place to express themselves? Like, do you think there are, or should I say it like this? Do you think that a lot of men don't have somebody that they trust enough to just be able to have the conversation?
I think a lot of men actually do have that person.
Mm-hmm.
However, I think a lot of men aren't willing to, they're not willing to deal with the response or the accountability that may come back with opening up that conversation. And, I can't tell you how many countless times that, I've been listening to a YouTube panel full of guys and they're talking about things and they say, I never asked my dad that, or I never really had that discussion with my dad, or my dad, I never, he in their upbringing, we never talked about this when I was growing up. And so a lot of men today are looking to more towards social media as to using the resources that they currently have around them.
Right. I can agree with that as well. Um, I think it was just maybe a thing of like older men in previous generations that definitely, like, as you see, there's a problem with people seeking the help and asking the questions now. I think it was way more back then, that they just
Yeah.
didn't even bother. Like going to talk to somebody wasn't even a thing, or expressing their feelings wasn't even a thing.
Uh-huh.
And so I agree with you. I think that a lot of people just carry that same cycle with them. It's like, well, like you said, they didn't talk to their dad about it, so it is what it is.
Yep, absolutely. And then, on the flip side of that as well, you just touched on something very crucial. On the flip side of that, because that kind of like was a code of how men of the past were,
Mhm.
you know, not really expressing the way that they felt, not really showing that they were going through things. This is what I guess makes the sons and the grandsons feel like they can't go, to the OGs or to
Mhm.
granddad or dad and express because, of that. I guess you could say that cold, the wall of silence. You know what I'm saying? You're just supposed to deal with it and just somehow magically get through it. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, yeah. You're just supposed to be strong and you got it.
Right, right.
I agree with you. I think that's a big thing, and especially in our community.
Yep.
I definitely do. And I'm going to get into some stats about the differences between others communities and our community when it comes to that. So, access to mental health is not uniform across all men. Significant disparities exist on race, um, where you're from, and ethnicity. So, for example, non Hispanic, Black, and Hispanic men are far less likely to receive mental health treatment compared to their non Hispanic white counterparts. Um, and it points to systematic barriers and cultural factors that compound the issue of stigma. And additionally, structural issues like the lack of insurance and provider shortages in rural areas create even further obstacles dealing with this. Over 25 million people live in designated mental health professional shortage areas. limiting access for a large portion of the male population. And also, uh, when we're talking about mental health treatment and the rates, 19.8 non-Hispanic white men and only 9.8 non-Hispanic black men seek the treatment. So it shows that white men receive treatment at twice the rate of black men. And the stark difference underscores the impact of systematic inequalities, cultural stigma, and lack of culturally competent care for men of color. And so I think that is a big thing that people need to consider as well. I never thought about that in some areas there is no help available also.
Yeah,
So if you're living in a small town out in the middle of nowhere, there might not be anyone in the area that you can even speak to, even if you wanted to.
absolutely.
And it makes, it makes for a sad situation. Um, Certain life circumstances place men at a significantly higher risk for mental health challenges. So, male informal caregivers, for instance, experience depression and anxiety at rates far exceeding the general male population, with studies showing a median depression prevalence of over 34%. The intersection of mental illness and homelessness is also acute for men, who represent approximately 78% of many homelessness samples or examples. Among homeless individuals, over 76% have at least one mental disorder, creating a cycle of instability that is difficult to break without targeted support. So I think it's safe to say that mental health uh, takes a toll on even your lifestyle.
Sure
And
does.
I'm pretty sure we've all probably seen, somebody who was less fortunate, a homeless person out, and just knew by the way they were talking or acting, it could be the substances, but it also could be mental health.
I'll give you a current example right now. That's the opposite end of that particular situation.
Hmm.
But who we've seen publicly crash out over the past 2 or 3 years now, Adrian Broner.
Ooh, that's a good example.
You know, the same type of mental health, you know, situations that we would see from, let's say a black homeless man on the street. He seems like he might be drunk, and then you know when you do talk to him, he's stumbling over the words or
Hmm.
disoriented. We've been seeing the same behavior from Adrian Broner over the past 2 or 3 years now, and this is a man who's made millions, in his profession of boxing. So, more so than the money itself, your mental could definitely play a large part, more so than the finances when it comes to your lifestyle, because it just goes to show that you could have all the money in the world in Adrian Broner's case and still be piss poor mentally.
Yeah, I totally agree with you on that. I mean, that just goes to show it doesn't. Your finances don't make your health better. You know what I mean? I mean, if you
Mhm.
have finances, you can go and see someone,
Right.
but that's not gonna necessarily change your mental. If you have mental issues, especially severe mental issues, it doesn't matter how much money you have.
Right. And not to mention, they say that when you do obtain a lot of money, you get rich, wealthy, whatever, oftentimes it could actually make you more of what you already are. So let's just say you're just an average class working person, and all of a sudden you hit the lottery one day. Well, if you had a lot of stuff that you were dealing with when you were just a normal working class person, do you really think that just because you hit the lottery, that all of a sudden your behavior is going to change, the way you think is going to change? Or do you think it's more of a possibility now that you have money, you're just going to, you're just going to enhance, you know, uh, your behaviors and your unresolved issues?
Good
So,
point. Good point. A
yeah,
lot of the times it makes it worse. I agree with you
yeah,
because that's people always say once you get the money, your real self comes out even more.
yes. Hmm.
I think a lot of the time with the money, people just think, well, I got money now. I can just be myself, you know?
Yeah. Well, I mean, we just seen it recently with Sean Combs, P Diddy.
Yeah. Yeah. You're right.
So yeah,
That's a good example. That definitely is. Yeah, so when it comes down to it, the amount of money, whether homeless or rich, it doesn't matter if you're suffering through mental health problems. And there's a lot of consequences of untreated mental health conditions um, altogether. But in men, it extends beyond personal suffering. Like you just said, it doesn't matter um, how much you have or don't have. So globally, depression and anxiety are estimated to cost over 1 trillion annually in lost productivity. In the United States alone, a groundbreaking study quantified the economic cost of mental illness at approximately 282 billion per year. These costs are reflected in the workplace, where men with mental health conditions face higher unemployment rates and lower labor force participation. And then when it comes to, let's say, suicide factors and protective factors, the most tragic outcome of untreated mental illness in men is the alarming high rate of suicide. Men die by suicide at a rate of 22 to 23 per 1,000, nearly 4 times the rate for women. And this disparity is a stark reflection of the cost of emotional suppression and delayed help seeking. Now, beyond suicide, men with untreated mental illness are also at higher risk for co-occurring substance use disorders. And we have seen that with broke people and rich people. They turn to substances. So, with nearly 1/3 of men with depression also experiencing substance abuse problems. However, there are possible positive outcomes when protective factors are present. So, I think when it said earlier that some men take up to 11 years to even think about seeking help, that's very alarming because we never know when it's going to keep deteriorating and causing more and more mental health issues. Something could start small and somebody could get help, but if they keep letting it go untreated and go untreated, it could be way more damaging down the line.
absolutely,
Um,
absolutely.
and this goes back to what we was kind of touching on earlier. Do you think men are taught to hide their emotions from a young age?
Yeah, um, I definitely think so. And I wouldn't even say taught. I would say more so like indoctrinated. Like,
Mm,
because I mean, think about it. Like, we start watching cartoons early. Um, you know, we we get in K4, K5, first grade, and it's you're just as a young boy, like you're noticeably treated differently than the young girls. Like you can be in elementary school. Like I remember being in elementary school and girls would tell on me for like any little thing possible. So in my mind at an early age, you know, we already have it in our mind. Like only girls really like tell. Only girls really do this, that, and the third. So I would say like it's more so of a silent indoctrination process because and then obviously if you have a dad in the home, even a stepdad, you you there's not other than like if y'all go on like fishing trips or you do things dad and son, that's really the only time that you really just talk to your son like that. And most fathers, I feel like they could be great fathers, but they don't really sit down just to pick their son's brain, just to find out what's going on in their son's mind. So you just grow up like, yeah, you got your dad around, but dad ain't really just try to see exactly where my mind is. Like dad ain't, the only thing he asked me about is, you got a girlfriend? Or like, like he ain't really trying to just ask me different stuff to see how I'm thinking. So because we go through our whole life like that, from elementary, middle, high school to adult, you're just indoctrinated just to be like, well, this adversity happened and it is what it is. It's supposed to happen. I'm just supposed to think through it, sleep through it, and it'll be the next day. So
yeah. Do you think that society sometimes confuses emotional silence with strength?
Absolutely. Oftentimes, because it's really, they say like, it's funny because they say like, you got the people that are, I guess you could say like introverts to themselves. Right. Like once you know a person for a while, you're like, oh, they always been like that. They always kind of been to themselves, kind of been quiet, reading a book, or something like that. You got that example. But then you have the other saying where people say the quietest ones are the most dangerous ones.
Oh yeah, I've heard that.
So I think silence definitely gets confused, for, I guess you could say, emotional strength, because at the end of the day, like you don't really know what's going on. So like for me, like I just pay attention to the way a person speaks and I pay attention to mannerisms. If I'm in person with someone and that could, because sometimes you could be in a space and people are just quiet, but you might be able to tell that they're having a rough day if they're slamming a pile of papers too hard. Or if, even by the way they type on a keyboard, you know what I mean? Like every type sounds like a sledgehammer, you know what I'm saying? Like, so yeah, the silent component, it definitely gets confused a lot of times.
I totally agree with you. And I think that that's just the way a lot of people look at it. So that's a really good point. Hey, Mr. Brown, thank you for stopping by. I definitely think that's a really good point. A lot of men were taught how to work hard, provide, protect, survive, and push through the pain. But many men were never taught how to process the pain. I think a lot were taught, don't cry, man up, get over it, don't let anybody see you weak. Just handle your business. And there's nothing wrong with being strong, of course, but I think we have to understand being strong does not mean you never struggle. Being strong does not mean you never feel sad or you never become overwhelmed. Being strong doesn't mean that you don't need anybody to talk to. Because sometimes the strongest thing a man can say is, I'm not okay right now. And that's okay to not be okay, But that doesn't make you weak. That just makes you honest.
Absolutely. And like that's a decision that I'm a millennial, so
Mm-hmm.
I'm of the last generation that I believe of like the kind of like harsh upbringing and the easy upbringing, because millennials, like, we were born right in the midst, as the world is progressing, technology is
Right.
innovating faster than ever,
Mm-hmm.
video games, some of us had a lot of us had the Nokia phones, then we had the flip phones, and now we got the smartphones, and
Right.
you know so
The two ways and all of it.
yeah, so
Blackberry.
yeah. So I was primarily raised by my grandfather and my stepfather. And my grandfather, that was the easy side of it. Like, he just, whenever I would do something, he always had a nice, kind tone of telling me what not to do and just talking to me, versus my stepfather, who I call my other dad,
Mm-hmm.
was the complete opposite. He'll say what he mean what he say. He'll curse at you. He will, and that's just, and I don't want people to get that confused with mean. That was just his character.
Okay.
Because that's just, he was kind of like a street guy a little bit. So uh, it's just what it was with him. And with him is where, like, for me, is where I got a lot of that, you know, man up, uh, you know, don't you got to be tough with any and everything.
Mm-hmm.
Um, and we just have to realize that, young you got to communicate with your young boys, like, everything. How should I say this? We have to be able to use our young boys, our young sons, nephews, young cousins' mistakes as teachable moments.
Right.
Because oftentimes, I believe, especially like with the older generations, I'm trying to figure out the best way to articulate this. Um,
Take your time.
with the older generations, this is why a lot of dudes grow up making the same mistakes, because
Mm-hmm.
the older men never really took the time to talk to them about their mistakes, and have them understand the consequences of their mistakes.
Mm. That's a
And
good
so
point.
as a millennial, because I'm old enough at 37 to be able to see, to be able to experience baby boomer men, and then to be able
Mm-hmm.
to experience um, silent generation men, because my grandfather was of the silent generation,
Right.
and then my father being a Gen X. All three of those men had that wall of silence in common. And so I made the decision that when I have children, I want them to be it's like, how your employer say, we have an open door policy.
Right. Right. Right.
That's how I wanted to be with my, I don't have any sons yet, but if I ever have any sons, that's how I wanted to be with them, because it was so many things that I probably shouldn't have done earlier in age, that if maybe my dad and my stepdad would have had more of an open door policy, I probably
Mm.
wouldn't have did it.
Right. Right. I
And I
think
know that was
some.
a little bit long winded, but my bad.
No, no. Go ahead. That's why I'm glad you came up to give your perspective. I mean, you're a man. I'm not. But yeah. So I think that is a great point. Actually, I think a lot of the times, like you said, you're a millennial, and so even down to what's it, Generation Z now. I
Yeah,
think a lot of the times, like you said, the parents don't have that open door policy. Of course, the way people parent have changed drastically from the old school up until this point now, obviously. But I
Yeah.
think it's still the thing where there may not be the open door policy to be able to make the kids, and especially the young men, feel comfortable enough to express everything that they may be feeling, or hey, if you do it this way, you won't have to deal with this later on. You won't make this mistake. And I think that is missing a lot of. I think it was missing before, and I think it's still missing now.
Yeah, for sure.
Hey V, good to see you. Thanks for stopping by. And y'all, StreamYard done up the game a little bit, so now I can see the jewels. Thank you, V, for sending the jewels twice in a row. So thank you for that. I really appreciate you, sis. Good to see you. And be like V. She says, please take a moment to hit the like and subscribe button if you would like to bless the host. I changed the Cash App, V, so now it is 26 Gems F&M. That's 26 Gems F&M. You can hit the QR code on the screen. But good to see you, sis. Thank you so much for stopping by. So let me ask you this, though. Do you think that a lot of men hide sadness behind humor, anger, silence, or isolation? Like just trying to deal?
Yes. And you know, it's just part of that. It's just part of that man thing. To where, you know, if you say I'm sad or whatever, or I'm not feeling right, you put it in a joke. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
And they say that some jokes, well, mostly all jokes have some truth to it, whether that be a lot or a little bit. But yeah, it is part of the illusion that we put up, you know, as men, because, you know, as you can see, you know, and I'm going to continue to use a lot of these spaces as examples because the contradiction is so strong. You know, some and you know, some panels you hear, oh, we should, you know, speak positive of one another, we should do this, but then the very next show it's like a smoke show where everything that was done, you know, in the previous show, all of the so-called healing and the great conversation is now going to be torn down by, you know, exposing, and you know, this person said this and this person ain't real.
Exactly.
So,
Hey Venus, good to see you. Thanks for stopping by, sis. I totally agree, and I think we see that a lot of the time zone. It's just, okay, we're going to try to do something positive today, and then the next show is back, somebody's on the attack, you know?
yeah.
And it's exposing, and it's this and it's that. So yeah, I agree.
And then you said isolation in there too, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, isolation is definitely a big one. I'm more of an isolationist kind of guy myself.
Okay.
And it has nothing to do with sadness, but I do believe that you know, a lot of guys that, especially if you're a single dude, like you need to be out and about and getting it cracking, man. Like if you're a single man, there's no person for you. It's no real reason, unless you're sad or, you know, depressed, or you feeling that something is not right, that you shouldn't be out and about socializing, you know, trying to find your future wife and all of that. So that could definitely be, you know, a sign that a guy is going through something, is the isolation part, because I'll tell you, after my last relationship, I was definitely out and about. I wasn't trying to sit home You
Hmm.
know, I was trying to go to every kickback. Uh, you
Not
know,
the kickback.
yeah, I was trying to go to every kickback. I was trying to, hike every mountain over here in Phoenix. I was trying to, you know, take this trip and do that trip and social. So,
I'm
you
keeping
know,
yourself busy.
yeah, um, but yeah, nowadays I'm just more of an isolationist just because like I'm an old man and even though I'm not
Please.
really, but I am, and I just, I'm like semi-retired from uh, just kind of being out and about. So yeah.
I think a lot of people are introverted. You know what I mean? Like, and I think because it is the age, like we talked about you being a millennial, it's the age of social media. And I
Uh-huh.
think some people just sit at home and rather be online or stroll their phone or whatever than get it out and about. I think people have lost the identity of actually getting out and mingling. Some people, not everybody. You know what I mean?
Right.
Because everything is just so accessible online that people just in certain, especially the generations like under millennial,
Uh-huh.
they didn't really have to. If they're introverted, they didn't really have to go out. They can just meet people online. And even though it may not be a real connection sometimes, you know what I mean? But people still look at it like that.
Absolutely. And
And hmm
and I'll say this, I know that there's a stigma out there that only women are supposed to be having all the fun and only women are supposed to be going on trips
so
and this,
that's not
that, and the
true.
third. Well, because they like to make it seem like nowadays if you mention hey, I did this or I did that, they just are like, okay, you're a weirdo. Like that's just the vibe that I get. Like dudes are not supposed to do anything. You know what I'm saying? Because it's like when you mention, oh, I just went to San Diego, like
Hmm.
it's like they want to start hating for some reason. You know what I'm saying? Like, but anyway, that's a real serious guy thing too. But anyway, um,
Really? You think
yeah,
some
man.
people are like, I guess maybe apprehensive of like showing that they're out and about doing things because
Yeah,
of maybe the hate that they'll receive from other people?
the hate, the hate amongst men today is at an all-time high. Point blank,
Mm,
point blank. Period. Um, but I mention all of that because that as a man, that plays a huge part in your mental health as well. Is
okay.
being social. Women are not the only ones that's God put here to be social. Men, we were put here to be social and have fun as well. You see what I'm saying?
Right.
So
Hmm.
yeah, and and a man, in public settings, it going out and stuff like that, it's a real, I guess you could say, confidence builder as well. So that's another
I
thing that
agree
a
with
lot of
that.
men are experiencing is low confidence today too.
And do you think that's a big part of the result of not getting out?
Yeah, yeah, I do think it's a definitely a big part. Um, but I would say that how do you expect your confidence to get better if you don't attempt to work on it? Like they say, the more you do something, the better you get at it.
Right.
So it could be going to a bar, with maybe a couple friends to watch football during football season.
Right.
Then it could be going to concerts. Then it could be going to art walks and things of this nature. So you all
Hmm.
of that, because when you're out in public, uh, that's low key how you get some type of validation. Now it might not be always romantic validation,
Right.
but it's a way of you can just get a sense of how you are in certain situations.
I get that. I get that.
like I was in Walmart, like a couple years ago. Yes, people, I go to Walmart, but and it was rather strange interaction. I have no idea what it was.
Okay.
But there was a new Indian couple, husband and wife from India, who had just moved to the area, and so they were like chattering back and forth in the aisle, and she's all laughing, and like I'm like they must be newly married or something because they like happy and whatnot. But not saying that marriage is you ain't supposed to be happy, but I'm just saying. But so anyway, so they asked me a question, and I forget what it was that they asked me. I gave them the answer to the question, and next thing you know, the guy comes back and he taps me on my shoulder, and he's like, "Hey, how long have you lived in this area?" And, I tell him how long, and then he starts asking me questions about different things in the area or whatever. And then we ended up exchanging phone numbers or whatever because I guess he just from the way that I answered one question, it gave him confidence, like, hey, like maybe this is somebody I have a lot in common with, or just from that one interaction.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? So that's just
Yeah.
a small.
Do you think guys have a hard time doing that? Like just like I guess meeting new people out in public, just like you say the guy got your number because you seemed like you was a cool guy or whatever. He had something in common with. Do you think guys have a problem like just going out and meeting new people? Period.
Yeah, I think they do, but that's because they feel like they don't have anything in common with people, and then oftentimes they might feel like, oh, I'm not established enough. I don't want people to know. I don't want people to really get to know me because then they'll start judging this, that, and the third. But it's just about being yourself, normal, natural. You don't have to make the most money. You don't have to be a rocket scientist. So.
Right.
Yeah.
How important do you think like male friendship or brotherhood is to mental health? Do you think it plays a significant role having that brotherhood or other males to converse with?
I believe it definitely plays a significant role. Because if I would hate, if I had a son, I would hate for my nephew. I got a nephew. That's the closest thing I have to a son, but all the rest of the babies are girls. We keep getting girls anyway. But I would hate it for my nephew to grow up and for him to feel like his uncles and even his dad, weren't his brotherhood.
Right.
I would hate it if he turned to YouTube or Twitch and he looked at a panel as his brotherhood before he looked at his own flesh and blood. Or before he even looked at his friends as a brotherhood.
Yeah,
so I think it's very important. And the reason why that's important is the one word that receives a lot of controversy in these social media streets is accountability.
Okay. Yeah, I agree. I definitely agree with that.
Absolutely.
Why do you think that is so hard in today? Like, I know you mentioned like how now more than ever, a lot of men may seem to hate or be envious or jealous of one another. Do you think it's because they were never taught to support one another emotionally or mentally?
Yeah. I think both. I think that a lot of men that that don't know how to deal, I guess you could say, with a brotherhood, or being friends and whatnot. They think like emotion, when they think of emotion, like they think of women. You know what
Mm-hmm.
I'm saying? Like they don't really understand that, men are happy, men get sad, men can get depressed, men could feel all types of ways. You know what I'm saying? Like, so they don't really understand that you just when it comes to dealing with that, it's as simple as, just sitting down and having a simple conversation.
Right.
Like how you the best way to do it is to call your homie or whatever, and like talk about something that's popping. Like, you saw LeBron went to Philadelphia, and y'all chop it up for like 2 or 3 minutes, and then the next questions, because that's how I do it. Like, what I'm saying, like I call one of the homies or whatever, or if we haven't seen each other in a while, if we just linking up, get a beer or whatever, I talk about what's trending, and then I'll be like, how the wife, how the kids, and just those leading questions will start the conversation, and then he'll start talking about things, and then he might, and then the key thing, what you're listening for, like how you want to do it, like if you're a man talking to one of your friends or whatever, or even a colleague, is you want to listen for one or two things, and then in your mind, the way that you need to process it is you need to be like, yo, I'm concerned for you. Like that's how you should approach it. Like in your mind, and even before you say it out loud, you should say, I'm concerned for you. I'm concerned about you.
Mm. I agree. I agree. And that, because I think maybe people may feel like you're judging them if you don't do it that way. Do you think so?
Yes,
Okay.
absolutely. Because you know what I mean. Because dudes already be like, man, these ninjas, they don't care about me. Like, don't nobody care about me. You only calling me because you saw this post on Facebook. Like you
Okay.
ain't checking. You know what I mean? So that's why I always do it, because yeah, I kind of am calling you because I seen something you put on Facebook, but at the same time, I don't want to make it that obvious. Like, because I know that LeBron going from Philadelphia, from LA to Philadelphia, I know that's going to capture your interest. I know that's going to cause you to lower your guard, and that's going to cause you to be a little bit more comfortable when it comes to saying whatever's going on. So
Yeah, a little bit more open. I
absolutely.
agree. I agree. I think there is a right way to do things. And I think that we just, even as women, I think that we just need to all realize, and even just as brothers, as friends as well, from men to men, um, men are allowed to feel. Men are allowed to be hurt and disappointed and grieve and feel confused. Men are even allowed to cry. Crying does not make you less of a man. Tears are not proof that you are weak. Being overwhelmed is not a sign of weakness. It happens. um, and sometimes the person who's constantly saying I'm fine, I'm good, they may not be fine at all. But sometimes the I'm fine just means I don't know how to explain it. I don't even know what's going on with me, but there is something going on. And I think sometimes men don't want to be a burden on other people either. Like they may think that I don't know if anybody's going to understand me anyways.
Right.
Or maybe if I start with some of my issues that I'm going through, I won't be able to stop, and I don't want people all up in my business.
Absolutely. And crying is normal, man. I'm not really much of a crier. Have I cried? Absolutely, I have. I'll tell you what's not normal. when a grown man has a podcast and he's crying on every episode, now that's not normal. But you know, when are in solitude, you're alone,
Right.
you know, or hey, you might be with your girl, you know what I'm saying, and you might
Right.
cry. Like, it is what it is. Like, crying is normal, um, and you will realize how normal it is when you get that call one day and you have one of your cousins on the phone. You have one of your cousins on the phone, and your cousin got you on speakerphone, and your grandfather's laying there. He can see, he can move his eyes, but he doesn't have the strength to move his mouth. And they're telling
Right.
you that he doesn't have that much longer. And
Right.
you know what I'm saying? And then you're talking mid sentence, and then you just break down because you know that your life, everyone's life is about to change. The whole family's life is about to change. And it's in those vulnerable times where you realize, like, every crying is normal, feeling sad is normal, feeling is normal.
Right. Right. Yeah, that is true. That is true. And I definitely think that it's a time and a place. Just like you said, you mentioned somebody that gets online and cry. I think people have to remember that a lot of the people that are online may not care. They just want a show. They just want something to talk about. So I think it's important to really know that getting online and, crying or expressing whatever you're going through all the time, it may not be ideal. You may want to find somebody that's more personable, you know what I mean, besides the online audience. Now
Yeah.
some people have their moments, but I agree with you. If it's every day, all the time, you might want to seek some professional help.
Like I feel like Ryan Clark. I'm not sure if you know who that is, but he just got fired from ESPN.
I
Uh,
do know who you're talking about.
okay, I feel like he cries all the time online, and every time I see him, I'm just like, brother, what are you doing? Like, because a lot of when he talks is like about therapy and about these things, but I'm like, are you actually getting the therapy that you're trying to tell everybody else to get? Like, because every time I see you, like every other podcast or whatever, it's like you're always like crying about something. To me, that's not normal. That's not normal. But you
Hmm.
know, if a man chooses to cry at the end of his day, or when he's going through really stressful situations or sad situations, it could be
Right.
even tears of joy.
Right.
So that is normal. You know what I'm saying? So
Right.
yeah.
Hmm. I agree with you. Yeah, I definitely agree with that. One of the most important parts of mental health awareness is learning to recognize when something is different, um, and paying attention to yourself. Sometimes I think people just need to ask themselves, am I constantly angry? Am I constantly isolating myself? Have I stopped enjoying things I used to enjoy? Am I sleeping all day or barely sleeping at all? Am I using alcohol or drugs to escape how I feel? Am I constantly anxious or on the edge? Am I losing motivation? Am I feeling hopeless? Am I struggling to concentrate? Am I constantly pretending everything is okay when it's really not? Have the people around me noticed a change in me? Um, the National Institute of Mental Health lists warning signs in men that can include irritable or aggression, changes in mood, energy, appetite, or sleep. It could be increased worry, substance misuse, hopelessness, high risk behavior, and thoughts of death or suicide. Um, I think
Hmm.
those are all things that we we should all look out for, but men should definitely look out for in themselves and even the men that they know that are around them. Um,
Yeah.
because people do not want to wait until the thoughts are suicidal to take mental health seriously. Um, you shouldn't wait till you lose your job or wait till your relationship falls apart or wait until you explode on everybody or do something crazy, You don't have to wait until you're sitting in a dark place to say, I don't know how I got here. I think it's important to pay attention to the warning signs before a crisis takes place.
Yeah. And all of those things that you said is definitely very important for the simple thing. Like when it comes to men, we are here to work. We are here to be the appliance of life for everyone. And so, yes, if you're not getting the right amount of sleep, it's definitely gonna take a toll on you.
Right.
If you're definitely abusing drugs, alcohol, uh, outside of, I guess you could say, an occasional basis,
Right.
it definitely is going to take a toll on you. Because as men, we have this thing called testosterone,
Mm-hmm.
and obviously, the older that we get, the lower it drops. But there are things that you could do that drastically, alter that. And so, like, one of the ways, a lot of ways that you could, I guess you could say, like, offset those things is you have to be disciplined as a man to take care of yourself. Because here's
Mm.
the thing, see, for the women, and obviously this doesn't apply to all, but women, they were put here by God for us to procreate, multiply, you know, and eventually
Mm-hmm.
take care of. You know what I'm saying? That's why they were put here. But as men, we can't be at an optimum level with our situation if we're not taking care of ourselves. So we have
Right.
that's why it's very important for us to take care. You know what I'm saying? You got to have the right mindset. You have to be disciplined. You have to be able to focus from the time that you wake up to the time that you go to bed. You need to be consistent with basically almost everything that you do. You need to make sure that you're putting forth maximum effort as much as you possibly can. You need to make sure that you are contributing in all the ways that you possibly can. You need to make sure that you're proactive. You need to have momentum, and you need to make sure that you're utilizing your time properly.
Mm-hmm.
So everything that Fear No Mortal said is basically a direct correlation of everything that I said, but those are characteristics that you have to apply every single day, so that your life can run smoothly, so that your situation and lifestyle can run smoothly. Because if you're not taking care of those things, it's gonna be a rough
Mm-hmm.
ride for you, player.
And I agree because I think there's a lot of pressure that comes down to men and the identity of a man. Um, a lot of men are asking themselves questions that may not feel comfortable saying out loud, like, who am I if I'm not successful? Who am I if I cannot provide? What about if I lose my job? Who am I if my relationship ends? Or who am I if I'm not the strongest person in the room? Sometimes a man's identity becomes so connected to what he does for other people that he loses sight of who he is as a person. Because men feel the pressure, well, some men, to provide, protect, to be the strong one, to be the problem solver, to be
Mhm.
emotionally controlled, financially successful, respected, and independent. But what happens when a man feels like he is failing at the role he believes he is supposed to fulfill.
And
I
let
think.
me, if I
Go ahead.
just can interject right there, because it's
hmm
hard to cut you off. Like that part is very important. Like everything you're saying about success and failure, because
hmm
here's the thing: everyone's success is their success. Your parents' success is their success. Your coworkers' success is their success, and
Right.
so a lot of a big issue that a lot of men have is measuring their success against other men.
Mm,
Um, that's a
hmm
that's a big thing because 50 Cent can sell 11 million records, because that is what he was called to do. Like that's his thing. He can write
Right.
songs, he can rap, he can make hit records. That's his thing. That might not be your thing.
Right.
Your thing, you might be uh you know you might be great at being an assistant coach for a little league basketball team.
Right.
You might be great at whatever it is that you are great at. And so that's a thing that men have to start looking at more is, what am I good at, and how can I be successful at that? And then
I
also
agree.
when it comes to failure, you have to learn how to channel your failure. Prime example, myself.
hmm
I feel like I'm failing all the time. Every day I feel like I'm failing. And so because of that, because I understand that, see, a lot of men don't understand that. Because I understand I feel like I'm failing, what that does is, and even though I know I might not be failing, it's a feeling of failure. And so because I understand that I think that way, what that allows me to do is channel that into challenging myself to be better every single day. And so it's failure can be looked at as a negative thing if you look at it negatively, or you can simply say, okay, I feel like I'm failing. Let me figure out how I can be successful today. Let me try to tackle this. Let me start making some new goals. Let me start achieving my new goal. So I just use that as like as an energy force to help me push myself into success, into my version of success.
Right. 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 And I think definitely that is that's a good way of doing it. I think the fact that you are, able to be aware of that is the big thing. Because I think sometimes a lot of men get in a place where they're constantly comparing, or they feel like I'm not where I should be in life right now. And so I think those things pose a big problem, and that could lead to shame, depression, anger, anxiety, feeling worthless, or even isolation or a loss of direction. But a man is more than just his job or his income. He is more than just his relationship status. He is more than just his ability to provide for everyone. When those things change, his entire identity should not have to collapse with it, or even feeling like I'm not where I am supposed to be right now.
Absolutely. And
Um, Go ahead.
go go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, no, go ahead.
Oh, okay. So, and I was going to say, as men, we have to be careful when it comes to the paper, when it comes to getting that bag. Okay.
hmm
We are supposed to get the bag. All right. Our ladies, you girlfriends, wives, you know what I'm saying? They expect us to get the bag. Okay. We gonna get the bag. Trust me. If you consistent, you apply effort, focus, discipline, work on your mindset. At some point in
Right.
time, you're gonna get the bag. But here's where you got to be careful, fellas. You can get the bag all day long. Are you a good husband? Are you a
Mm,
good father? Are you a good friend? Are you a good son? Are you a good uncle? And so we live in a time today where we live in the basically the hardcore capitalism era.
Mm-hmm.
So there's going to come a point in time where you're going to reach a point in your life where you're going to be 40, 50 years old looking back. I'm approaching 40 and I'm already looking back at, you know, situations raising my daughter when I was in my early 20s. You know, is there
Right.
something I could have done differently? And so what you have to understand is that your duty as a man in general, and this is why it's so important to focus on your mental and not subject yourself to panels that are going to talk about negative things for 8 hours,
Mm.
or, you know, even the type of TV shows that you may watch. Sometimes you may have to go days without listening or watching anything, and you may have to just have silence as you process your thoughts. But I said all that to say that, yeah, the bag is going to be, it's going to is going to be a requirement of you in life. But your duty, as everything that I said, father, husband, boyfriend, friend, nephew, son, you're going to find that those duties are going to be greater as time goes on than just the bag.
Right. Like having an identity besides just getting to the money.
Right.
I agree. And thank you, V, for the jewels. I really appreciate you. I want to stay right there on that zone. Just 1 second.
Support the channel, we appreciate your love. Super chat, super sticker, lift us up above. Drop those diamonds in the chat, let your kindness shine. Cash up 26 gems, F&M, every gift divine. However you choose to help, it all counts the same. Support small creators, help us grow the name. Stack it up, show some love, let the blessings flow. Thank you for supporting, together we're alone. Show some love. Show some love. Show some love. Show some love. Yeah. Thank you for supporting. Show some love. Show some love. Show some love. Show some love.
All right. All right. So thank you for the jewels, V. So I want to stay right there, zone. So do you think men that are tying their identity to getting the bag, do you think they struggle because they are taught to define themselves by what they provide, accomplish, or being the protector?
Say that question one more time. One more time.
Okay. Do you think men sometimes struggle with their identity because they are taught to define themselves by what they provide, accomplish, or being a protector?
I do. I do think they struggle for the simple fact that, now more than ever, um, see, men of the past, no, they weren't perfect, uh, but they understood what it meant to be respected as far as their role in society back in the day.
Mm-hmm.
Now, and a big reason for that is because, see, back in 70s, 60s, 50s,
Right.
particularly, especially for black men, um,
Mm-hmm.
money wasn't flowing the way that it is right now. And
Right.
so a lot of men today have grown up basically getting money hand over fist from the time that they were able to work. And so all they've been able to experience is what money could buy them, and what they could buy with money. And so because of that, they do neglect, they do have character deficiency.
Okay.
So I think that if you don't have the right type of guidance, the right type of counsel to be like, yo, man, that was wrong, or you screwing up, or hey, man, money ain't everything. If you don't have, you can buy your daughter everything she wants, but if you're not a father, you're not there. She's not gonna respect you. Like if you don't have that type of talk, you're just gonna be lost in the sauce. And then when you get in a situation where you actually have to have character to deal with the situation, you're not going to know how to deal with it because you're not going to be able to buy your way out of that situation.
Okay. Yeah. That makes sense.
Like simple conversation, like you wouldn't even be able to, if you're just a dude that is talking money all the time, or you only about your money, you're going to find yourself in a situation where all it takes is a conversation to fix the problem, but you're not even mature enough to have the conversation to resolve the problem.
Okay. I agree with that. I totally agree with that. That makes a lot of sense. And I think it's all about the conversation. And like we touched on earlier, where a lot of people weren't taught that,
Yeah.
So sometimes people learn at a later age. Sometimes people don't have those conversations they're already grown. They may not have got it when they were growing up. Sometimes I think it's important for men to always be understanding and being open to still learn new things. Sometimes it may be, well, I don't want to listen to nobody,
Right.
I don't want to, listen to somebody else's advice or take what he's saying to me because I'm already grown.
I got a homie that's like that, just like that right now. Like
Really?
he, we both came up from humble beginnings. And he was in a relationship, I believe, with his children's mother. That didn't work out. She ended up putting him on child support. And it seems like ever since then, like I could tell his behavior changed by certain things he posts on Facebook. Oh, F these women, white women are better than blah, blah, blah. And, like he just really kind of like went off his rocker, and he's not realizing that. And subsequently, I guess, it did make him, he took that frustration that he was feeling, and he did use that to run up the bag, and he went traveling to different countries, which was fine, because I do feel like that was well needed therapy for him, traveling and getting his mind off of that. At the same time, when you're saying these things online as an almost 40-year-old man,
Mm-hmm.
it kind of got people look. Granted, you can say what you want, but it kind of got people looking at you with the side eye, because it's like, just because you came into some money now, um,
Mm-hmm.
you got to be careful, because now you're neglecting who you used to be, which was actually having a conversation and actually um, righteously saying thought-provoking things in a righteous way.
Okay, yeah. Yeah. I see what you mean. Like, I don't know. I think that, like you said, the way he is right now, because of what he went through or experienced, it turned him into this person that he is now. And I think it goes back to what we were even saying about how it doesn't matter if, like you said, he's traveling the world and everything. It doesn't matter how much money you have if there's obviously some underlining things going on that has caused you to have this kind of vitriol for certain things and certain people, you know?
Yeah, because he's not realizing that no matter how much money you have now, if you really want a righteous woman or a good woman, that righteous or good woman that does come into your life, especially if you travel in the world, obviously you've seen, many beautiful women of many different nationalities and ethnicities.
Mm-hmm.
That righteous or good woman is not going to respect the money like that. She gonna tell you flat out, you can have all the money in the world, but that don't mean you can talk to me this way, or that don't mean you could treat me this way, and that doesn't mean that you get to have, an extra girlfriend and a side chick. So,
Right. Yeah, that is true.
yeah.
So let me ask you this. Do you think, as we know that sometimes the way people act out could be underlining issues, do you think that anger is sometimes easier for men to express than maybe the trauma that they face, or even fear, or even sadness, whatever, has the underlining issue is? Do you think sometimes it's easier for men to be angry or express anger than dealing with the real issue?
Oh, it's 1,000 times easier to express anger, because men. I mean, we're nothing but strength. So it's nothing for us to punch a wall, or it's nothing for us to test your jaw if we think you talking slick, or it's nothing for us to do something disrespectful to try to get out that angry energy, that negative energy, and and we have testosterone as well, which I will say this, like, when you really think about it, as far as the male anatomy, I know women like to be like, oh, all men want to do is have, sex or whatever. But
Mhm.
that's the aggression, the anger, and I'm trying to paint the correlation here. The
Okay.
anger and that are very closely connected when it comes to men. Because men will have no, if we see an attractive woman, we'll have no problem telling her, yo, in ways that we want to get with her.
Right.
The same way that we don't have a problem taking out our anger on something, if that's what we want to do.
Okay. I see what you're saying there. Hey Dragonfly, good to see you. He says, praise the Lord, F&M saints. Look like we back in the congregation once more to get these heathens in right standing while dropping these gems and stepping in the name of love for Christ. Hey Dragon, good to see you. Yeah, I agree with that. So
And
let me
then
ask you, because you said that,
hmm
um, do you think it's just like you said, it's just as simple as like stepping to a woman, just the same way as it is easy to express the anger? Do you think the majority of men maybe, or it's easier for the majority of men to express it that way?
absolutely, it's a thousand times easier for because you know it's easy for us. Like a woman, she ain't if she's in her right mind. Like
Okay.
a woman is not just going to attack a man or just randomly go up and hit a man because she knows that it's going to be harder for him to get him off of her than it would be for her to get another woman off of her, right?
Right.
But for a man, we don't even be thinking twice about it. For a
Hmm.
man, it's like if you say something the wrong way, it's on go.
Right. Okay. I see what you're saying.
Yeah,
Um, like we were saying, I don't think that sometimes anger comes out as the easier emotion rather than expressing the trauma. Um, I think sometimes anger is the emotion people can see, but underneath the anger, it may be pain, it may be grief, it may be rejection, shame, loneliness, disappointment, feeling powerless, or even fear. Um, some men were never taught to say, I'm hurt, so they say, I'm mad. Some men were never taught how to say, I feel rejected, so they say, I don't care. Some men were never taught to say, I'm scared, so they become controlling. Some men were never taught to say, I need help, so they disappear. But avoiding the emotion does not make it disappear. What you refuse to process may eventually begin to control you. Have you seen like situations like that? I guess you kind of use your homeboy as an example.
yeah. I mean, I see it, just casually throughout society when it comes to these men. Like, you know, if let's just say like, what's the best way? Particular like with Kanye, for example.
Okay.
Like how um it was said that when he would work on albums
Uh,
that he would have like adult video material playing on some of the monitors in the studio.
okay.
So that would indicate that he has such a strong desire to see that because of something that's see I get he has such a strong desire to see that in a environment where you're not only working but you're
Right.
working with other people in the room and you
Right.
just have it allegedly playing as if it's normal. So that would indicate to me that there are issues, underlying issues that he never dealt with, that something along the way that may have happened to him or possibly even traumatized him is causing
Mm,
him to go that far to expose everybody to his dysfunction when it comes to that particular thing. And then,
right.
and then we see this all the time um with gambling. Men,
Hmm.
it starts out with, poker, blackjack, just playing games, and then next thing you know, you get an adrenaline rush from gambling, and now you're in Vegas, and
Mm,
and because you haven't dealt with that issue of even that addiction of gambling, the adrenaline rush of it. Now you're losing your mortgage in Vegas.
Yeah, that's a good point because there are just so many different addictions. It's not just always necessarily alcoholism or drug use. There is porn addiction, there is gambling addiction, there is
Hmm.
all these other addictions as well that people use as coping mechanisms, for underlying issues and trauma as well. So yeah, that's a good point.
You could even have, I guess, like addictions when it comes to or issues when it comes to the streaming. Like
Hmm.
obviously streaming is newer for us. It's fun, but especially if you're a man, because I do be seeing a whole lot of men on these panels for 10, 11, 12 hours a day. I have to ask myself, I'm like, how can I get in your position? How can I get in your position where I can take 10, 11, 12 hours out of my day and be on a panel? Because I got to make some money at some point. So even this content, the streaming stuff, it could get to a point where if you don't have any regulations, that you're going to get consumed by it, and you just got to be careful with that.
Right. I definitely agree. Um, and Dragon says, "Whoa, what is this surge of power that's flowing through me? Where did this wrench come from? Did I get blessed with this responsibility again? Then there's only one thing to say: I have the power." Dragon, please count your blessings. um, and hey, guest, good to see you. They say, "May I join the live? I am white and I am married to a man who has been working since he was 8, and seeing them depression signs are hard to see, but it's been tough as a wife of 10 years." Sure, you could join the panel. You will have to come up and show yourself before I add you to the stream. Like you'd have to show me that you're a real person behind the covering. Um, but yeah, I definitely think you made some good points right there, Zone. We just never know what people are using as coping mechanism, and I think it's sad. Like when I was doing this research and looking into a lot of things, and I just realized how many men do not actually speak up and they cope in different ways. It's really a sad situation, that you all don't feel comfortable enough, to really express the way that you're feeling.
Yeah.
And I wish there was more outlets and
Mhm.
more safer spaces, because I think, like, even when we're talking about this online thing, right?
Mhm.
When a lot of men come online to, like you said, you see them on for hours, they're arguing, they're fussing, they're fighting and everything. To me, it makes me think that they don't have a proper outlet in their personal life, or else maybe they wouldn't be so addicted to getting on here and acting a fool. You know what I mean?
Right.
Maybe this is the only outlet that they have. And in a way,
Absolutely.
that's kind of scary,
Yeah.
How many people do not have somebody in their real lives, like offline, that they know personally, that they could actually vent to, instead of getting on here and going off to a whole bunch of strangers, all the time, spending all their time on here like it's become an addiction. Because we have to face it, some people are making money on here, but a lot of people aren't making that much money on here.
Oh yeah. I mean, terms and conditions are changing like literally every other day. They're trying to
Right.
figure out how you know, how they can get the most work out of the content creators for the smallest pay as possible.
Okay.
You know, and I just want to say, man, look, man, I'm not, you know, for the people that's listening and for the people that is going to listen on the playback, man, I'm listen, I'm a wild dude for real, for real. It's just that, you know what I'm saying, I done got old and you know what I'm saying, I got some grays in my beard, you know, and I just realized where I'm at right now in life. So before I do something, I always think, you know, does this make sense what I'm about to do? Should I even be doing this? So yeah, you know, I like adventure, you know what I'm saying? I like the ladies, you know what I'm saying? I like tequila. I like all of that. But as a 37-year-old man, I even like I'm you know, I was just out in Vegas like last month and I'm not really into poker and the whole gambling, but I did spend a little bit of time at the casino and I was like and I felt I don't want to say a spirit, but when I was at them poker tables, it made me really realize I felt like this surge of energy come over me. Like, I'm like, oh, this is how they can spend. You go to the casino at like 8 p.m. and you ain't walking out of there till 8 a.m. the next morning. I felt what that felt like for the first time ever. So it's just that, you know, every decision that I make now, I'm like, you know, how is this going to affect me? How is this going to affect my daughter? Like, how is this going to affect those around me? Because I have responsibility and priority now. So, you know, I'm at a point now where I think a lot before I react and I think a lot before I do. So I just wanted to paint that picture. Like, you know, I'm as wild as they come, trust me. But at the same time, I understand where I am in life and I understand my priority and responsibility and my duty.
Well, it comes with maturity.
Yeah.
You know, we all have to kind of grow up at some point. Hey,
Absolutely.
Muddy, I see you in the back. You have to show yourself so I would know you're a real person. Okay. Are you the one that was on the asked to come up? Hold on 1 second, Zone. I have somebody.
Yeah, no problem. No problem. No problem.
Let me put my covering on. Hey, Muddy, how are you?
I'm doing good. How you doing?
I'm doing pretty good. Did you have
Great.
something you wanted to add to the conversation? It is Minority Mental Health Month, and so we're just kind of touching on men of color's mental health.
Was it only men of color?
I mean, if you have something to add to the conversation, you can go ahead and add if you just wanted to. I know you touched on your husband.
Yeah, well, it's like my husband is white, but he's been working since he was 8 years old.
Okay.
And men always just seem to hide everything, their feelings, their emotions, and it just. And when it finally comes out,
Mm-hmm.
it's a disaster.
Really? Have you guys has your husband been able to see someone, or have you encouraged
No,
him to
because insurance doesn't cover it. He is the type of man, you know, we live in a remote area, and where he works is, you know, the blue collar job is I work and I pay the bills for my family at home and I go about my day. But you know, at the end of the day, when they come home, you look at them and you can just see the pain
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
and see how much that they're struggling, but they will not tell you anything about it.
Is he the type of man that just keeps everything to himself?
Yes, keeps everything to himself. He just, I'm fine, I'm okay, and they're not okay.
Right, right, right. Zone, do you have anything that you would, want to give her some advice on as a man?
So, well, does he have friends?
Well, couple, but they are the same way.
Okay. What about like is his dad still around or?
His dad's never been around.
Okay. Okay.
His dad was a deadbeat, so he made damn sure he wasn't.
You guys
If
have
that
children?
makes sense. Dad, we got one kid together. We're married, been together for 10 years.
How is he as a father?
Well, since he has a daughter, he's trying to, be there. Of course, he provides. But he takes her hunting, and then he's always like, oh, be careful of this, be careful. He's like a sensitive dad.
Okay.
He's always scared she's going to get hurt.
I would say that's normal. I got two daughters, and I always worry. Like I don't worry to the point of like my hair is gonna fall out, but I just know, they're young ladies in the world, so I'm always hoping that their day goes great and things like that. Are you guys involved in like a church? You guys go to church or no?
No, we can't go to church because we ain't found nothing around us that was good. But both of us was raised in church, and we both, which I decided to quit because the preacher was using all the money that the offering was given towards his own benefits.
Well, I would say this: like, do you guys like watch any church online, anything like that? Do you guys like watch church on YouTube or Facebook or anything like that?
Are you there?
Yeah, I'm so sorry. My daughter was talking to me. I was trying to cut it short, but no, I read the Bible. My husband prays. We both pray. We still believe in God. We do everything. We've
Okay.
been invited to so many churches and stuff, but always there is faults in these churches. Is when we show up, they look at us like we do not belong there, and the entire time they gossip, and the preacher preaches things that it's not even from the Bible. It's like, I don't even know how to explain it. It's like what the community wants to hear.
I would say this about that because this is ultimately a faith-based channel, and I'm just touching on men's mental health, but I am a faith-based channel. But I will tell you this, that I understand your frustration with the churches that you have visited, and I definitely think that it's very important to find a church that is Bible based, So I can
No,
understand if you think that, the ones you went to, they were all about, the money
yeah.
or this and the third.
Well,
I
that's the
totally
deal too.
understand.
Is
Mhm.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
No, you're all right.
I was raised in a church from like a baby in one church, and this church was. I made friends with children that was in 2 different counties, 3 different counties, and they was my childhood friends up to the age I was 13-year-old, and come to find out that the preacher, why his church group was struggling, like some of them lost their husbands, some of them lost their wives, and they didn't know how to pay bills, or they were just struggling. He was building a 3-story mansion
Oh, wow.
and
Yeah.
sending money to his kid that was in prison for pedophilia.
Oh, wow.
Hmm.
I'm
And from
sorry you
that-
had that bad experience.
from that day forward, I have tried to find better churches, and trying to find churches. When I walked into them, I didn't feel like every eyeball was right on me. I don't
Right.
wear skirts. I do not wear dresses. God says, "Come as you are."
Mm-hmm. I understand. Give me 1 second here. Hey, Black Peace Stone, good to see you. Thank you for stopping by. Hey, 84, good to see you. Thank you all for stopping by. I understand what you're coming from, and I think Zone made a really good point. Maybe you should try to look at some people that are online that maybe are preaching straight from the Bible, because that's what you want.
Yeah,
You don't.
I've seen a couple. I was paying close attention to them, and I was listening to them. And I was like, maybe if I could stream this on my big TV we got,
Right,
and
right.
and make that our 3 to 4 hours, and we sit and just listen.
I think since COVID, a lot of people have started doing that. They stream services online, and a lot of people gravitate towards watching a good message online. There are plenty of channels on YouTube that are giving a good message. They're coming straight from the Word, versus some of the churches that may be all about their own gain or greed. So
Yeah.
you just have to find one that you're comfortable with, and also make sure that you and your husband are reading the Word for yourself and praying,
Oh yeah.
and and just staying in the Word of God.
Mhm.
Sometimes I think it's okay for, if you think he's struggling, you may be able to look up some suggestions that you may find online. If he's not a man that is willing to go seek help, but you think that he is struggling silently, and he's keeping it to himself, there may be different resources that you could use, and just be able to mention some things to him, the way that you would feel best about mentioning things without making him feel attacked.
Yeah. It's like with certain men, every woman knows. Well, I can't say every woman, but most women know men are so different than us.
Right.
It takes, you could say, just a hair of a wrong word, and their ego gets offended, bruised.
True.
Just like I told my husband, I said, if you are hurting or feel bad or grieving or whatever, don't be ashamed to show it. And
Right.
he said, well, I don't want to feel that, and I don't want to show that to nobody.
Hmm.
So
He went through when I lost my mother when I was 21 years old. He went through that with me, and he was close to my mother as well. And he was a mess. He didn't want to show emotions. He wanted to be strong for me. But then once I started, kind of accepting it, when I started praying and reading my Bible and stuff, that's when he broke.
Oh, wow. Okay. Hey, Coach Fur, good to see you. And I'm sorry for your loss.
yeah, condolences.
Thank you.
Stone, you were going to say something?
One thing I did want to touch on that she mentioned. So it sounds like he has the traditional wall of silence, which is not always necessarily a bad thing. However, you did mention that, like, when the anger decides to come out, it's like one big ball. Do you guys get into arguments frequently about that, or
No, he is the type that shuts down and will not say a word for weeks. He will text you if you text. Like, I will text him every morning when he's at work to make sure he got to work okay and he is doing okay. He will text and respond, but when he gets home, if an argument has went on, when he gets home, he will not say a word. He shuts down completely.
And when he shuts down completely, like, what does he do? Does he watch sports? Does he drink beer?
He goes to his room, which we don't. People think that's crazy. We do not sleep in the same bed. I can't sleep with him because he's like a WWE wrestler in his sleep. That's a different story. But yeah, we drink beer occasionally, but that's not his like outlet. He goes and shuts down, and he does not talk to nobody.
Okay.
And when he's over it, then he comes in there and acts like nothing ever happened, and it pisses me off. Because to me, I'd rather you punch me in the face than ignore me for a week.
Well, I would just say that because obviously when you're around somebody, long enough for a few years, you learn their patterns. So I would say that that's probably his way of dealing, with whatever he's going through. I don't necessarily see it as a bad thing, as long as obviously he's not violent
No.
during that particular time. And conversation is always key. Obviously, if he doesn't want to speak about something, I wouldn't necessarily force the issue. Obviously continue to speak words of encouragement to him, continue to make him feel, as even though he doesn't do it, make him feel like he can express himself, because you never know, one day that he might crack and just start talking. You never know. But
well, I did start telling him, how much I appreciated. I tell him that all the time, but when we had no joke, it's been 2 weeks. We have not spoke to each other in person in 2 weeks. We live in the same home. And I kept telling him how much I appreciated him doing all kinds of stuff, and all the things he was supposed to do is, clean fish. I did that for him. He was supposed to mow and weed eat the yard. I did that for him. I did all the manly jobs around for him because I know he's struggling at work. And then today, he came and spoke to me.
Wow.
What did he say?
Acted like nothing ever happened. Like it was just a normal day. He was happy. He was excited to talk to me. He was joking.
I will say that, as far as like lawn work, like I do know that we are in an era today where like there's a lot of women that actually like to do lawn work. But I would just say, like, does he normally mow the yard? Like, is that normally his thing, or?
Yeah, that's always been his thing. And then he had this issue with his eyes were swelled shut for almost a month and a half, and he couldn't figure out why. And he went to the eye doctor, and they said it was inflammation and allergies and all this other stuff. So while he was at work, I got his weed eater started, and I weeded the entire front yard and backyard, and did not tell him.
Okay. So
I was doing it, when he came home. I was hoping he didn't notice, so that it just, it was kind of like a routine thing. But he came home and he was so proud of me, and I took every bit of that.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
So in the 2 weeks time that you say he wouldn't speak to you at all, you were trying to talk to him and in that time, and he just ignored you, or you just knew he didn't want to talk, so you stopped saying anything?
He said 2 words. What is this? Or no, what is this? 3 words. And I said squash. And within 2 weeks, that's it. Because I cook squash and he hates it. And he said, what is this? And I said squash, and he never said a word within them 2 weeks.
And so that's when I'm asking, was you trying to speak to him in the 2 weeks? And he just
I,
wouldn't say anything? Or
yeah, he says like I tried, but he just, I don't know. He just shuts down.
he just wouldn't say anything back?
No, it's like even you could tell because I cook. I'm a cooking woman. I love to cook.
Mm-hmm.
Smothered pork chops, smothered chicken, and homemade mashed. What y'all call it? Potatoes. I call them taters. I cook. Okay. He came and guess what? He ate, but he took his plate to his room and ate.
And that went on for 2 weeks.
2 weeks. And then today he came in there, started joking with me. And I was thinking, are you kidding me? This is like torture. And now you're going to come in and let us, soften the blow. It didn't work that way.
And you said this was after you decided to do some things around the house that he would normally do to help him out?
Yeah. Well, I after these 2 weeks, I will be honest. I have learned that I can do things without him.
Okay.
Let me
can-
ask you. Let me
Yeah.
ask you. So you said that you guys have been married for 10 years, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Is this something that he's been doing from the beginning of marriage, or did it start?
Yeah. Yes. From the beginning, he's like when the argument happens, he shuts down.
Okay. So from day one, he's been, the shutdown type for 2 weeks.
Yeah, but now it seems to be getting longer.
So do you mean he'd go maybe a day or two and now he's going a full 2 weeks?
Yeah.
Okay.
Which I get where he's coming from in certain senses because he has worked his entire life and he works 12 hours, 13, 14 hours and comes home. But at the same time, it's like, gosh, my dad did the same thing in the logwoods and saw me. And when he came home, the first thing he was so excited to see was his family.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I'm not used to this.
I think one thing we have to realize that every man is different. I think that's the first thing. Versus, like you said, your dad, he worked his whole life too, but when he came home, he was, hey, happy to be home. And I don't know your husband, but maybe he is carrying the stress and the pressure with him instead of just releasing it when he gets home with the family, What do you think, Zone?
I definitely think that's it. I think from what I'm hearing is, as far as it's muddy, right? Your screen name?
Yes.
Okay. Because you say that you did get upset, when he does that, and I could understand it, like rightfully so. If you're in a relationship,
but I
marriage,
don't vocalize that I'm upset.
right, and I think that I was gonna say maybe actually try, and this is gonna be more difficult than it sounds because words are always easy to say as opposed to the action. But maybe try not getting upset. Maybe try finding a hobby, another hobby, new hobbies. When that happens, to try to take your mind off of that. And then I will ask this as well. Like, if let's just say, like, if somebody from a men's group at a church was to call and want to speak with him, do you think that would be a problem with him? For him, I should say.
I know for a fact he wouldn't answer because he seeks everybody's advice as judgment.
Okay. We
So
touched on that earlier.
But let me hold on. Let me tell you a little bit about him in a sense of his father was never there. His mother was abusive. His father was abusive to his mother. And his mother was abusive to him. So he's just all around just messed up in a sense of if you took your roots and planted them in your own soil, you would not want that flower to bloom. If that makes sense.
When's the
He
last
is
time?
trying his best to be different.
Mm-hmm.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Oh no! I'm sorry. You can finish. I'm sorry.
No, I'm done. You go ahead.
Sorry about that. I was gonna ask you, like, when's the last time y'all went out to eat?
What you mean, like just me and him?
Yes.
Oh gosh. Hold on. 2019.
Oh, it's been a long time. Like, what have you guys? What about bowling or playing pool? Have you anything?
Oh gosh, that sounds like a blast. No, well, we got together, had a child. Well, we had a child. Well, shit, hold on. We got together and we were so in love, okay? And using protection, well, his cousin popped holes in all of his condoms. Sorry, that's probably too explicit.
No, that's it. It's interesting. It's
Well,
actually
I
interesting.
ended up becoming pregnant, but then I had a miscarriage. It was like so shocking, almost damaged both of us.
Hmm.
Oh, sorry to hear that.
Yeah.
Neither one of us was ready for the child. That's why we was using protection, but his cousin was being a dumbass and did that. Well, after I had the miscarriage, and then I had this pull of I want to have a child, and then we tried again, had a child. Actually tried this time. Had a child. We have a daughter, one kid. And then after I became pregnant, it's like he just shut down. Everything had caution tape around it. Oh, you want to go to the pool? We can't go to the pool because you'll get sunburnt. She'll get sunburnt. There's bugs. They'll bite you. They'll bite her.
What are you guys like? What part of the United States do you guys live in? The South, Midwest?
Kentucky.
I'm sorry. Say that again.
Kentucky, she said.
Oh, Kentucky.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. I mean, if you were to ask him to go on a date, what, like when you guys are in good talking terms, like when he's not shut down, what do you think he would say? Like,
Well, I will be honest. He would probably say, well, what would we do with our, I ain't gonna say her name. I keep my kid's name private.
Yeah, without
Well-
your daughter there.
What would we do without her with us? Where is she gonna go? Because we don't have no family we can trust our child with. That's why we don't go on dates.
Oh,
Well,
so you
I
guys
think-
don't have a support system at all, or nobody that can
Hell
be
no.
fit?
I mean, I want to trust my family, but seeing how my family treated other children and ourselves, no.
I understand.
We
I
only
think-
have one child, but that one child is our everything.
and how old is she?
9.
I think that, because here's the thing, I'll be honest. In my previous relationship, like, you know, in the beginning, because I was with my daughter's mother for eons, like, I don't know, like 15 years.
Mhm.
I would say this, and I think she probably would agree to this as well. Like, we would go on dates where it was just us two, but then, and it would be, you know, cool, you know, adult folks, you know, music, a little bit of dancing, go home. But some of the most funnest times, if that's even a word, most fun dates, you know, were when we had our kids with us. So,
Yeah.
and it makes the family bonding stronger. It's memories that you're creating. It's memories that you can think about when, you know, you're feeling sad, or you might even be frustrated or even stressed. And so I think that, you know, it's just an idea. Maybe you could encourage him to take us on a date. Like, you know, like put that idea in his head, like both of you.
Yeah, I never even thought about that because it would also teach her, her future, looking forward to a man like this.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
and that is
And they,
especially something that young girls need to see.
they
Their
were,
first male bonding relationship is with their dad. If their dad is in their life, it's with their dad. So it would definitely teach her, hey, this is how a man is supposed to treat you. And if you guys don't have a babysitter, I'm with Zone. Go out all together as a family. Go to a family outing. Go on a family date. I think that definitely sounds like it could be something that you all need.
I have never thought about it that way, is, and it could teach her so much with the way he treats me. That's another thing too, is it scared me because I was thinking he's doing this to me, but she's watching everything.
Right.
Right.
Like every time he ignores me, comes in, doesn't say a word, she sees it.
That's a point too.
Like she's collecting data in her own head. Like this is, I don't want her to have to deal with that. I even told her many times. I said, make sure you are stable before you settle down. I said, I was not.
Well, to be honest, though, to be really honest, most people that have children, even if you're married, are not really stable today.
That's true.
Well, see, my husband had his own place, own job, making good money, but mentally stable, no.
Right. I see what you're saying.
We was financially stable, but not mentally. But he even told me, my husband told me himself, he said, if it wasn't for you, there's no way in the world that I would have been able to raise this child by myself.
Right.
I'm a
And
stay-at-home mom. I dedicated my entire... We even homeschool her. I homeschool her. Can't say we. I do it.
And
You wouldn't
I
think
wanna
by my
rephrase-
accent I could do it. But she does not. Somehow, she does not have my accent. I don't know how it works, but she don't.
Oh, I mean, that's fine. I'm from South Carolina, but I don't have the accent. But that's only because I was raised around a lot of my family that was from New York. So
Mhm.
I talk like my family because that's who I was raised in the house with, you know. But yeah, if I guarantee you that if I wasn't, my accent, I probably have that southern drawl. um, I was going to say as well, and actually I just want to rephrase that as well. I think a lot of us are stable when we have children. We just have this imaginary fiction picture in our head of the type of stability that we would like to be. And
Yeah.
Muddy, like, even just to expound on like the whole dating thing, taking your husband, taking yourself and you guys' daughter out, I'm gonna be honest, like, that is definitely something that you should pitch to him. And then while you guys are on a date or the next day, you should say, can we make this a tradition? Like, can we find something to do at least once a week? Because I know when I was growing up, like it was a tradition. Like we had so many like little theme parks that we could go to. We could go to Frankie's Fun Park or, a place called Gaddy Town. Back in the day, we had DZ Discovery Zone. See, y'all don't know about all that, but these were things that we could do, once a week. And then just to give you another tip as well, I gotta give you this information because you do have a child, and I know
Yes.
that when you go places, it can be expensive. There's an
Oh,
app
gosh.
called Groupon. There's an app called Groupon, Groupon, Groupon. And it has so many discounts in there that you could use for bowling alleys or for restaurants or for laser tag or for movies, Dave and Buster. Like there's all, even like at hikes, there's all types of activities that it has coupons for. Because me and my daughter's mother, like we were couponing our way, to every little thing that we could. So.
And they gave some suggestions in the chat. They said, I remember Discovery Zone, I take mine to Dave and Buster's.
Yeah.
Somebody said Magic Mountain. So I mean, there's just different things you can do. And on another note, I just want to say this. I don't want to get too much in your business on this note, but I just want to say, have you ever thought, because you have been married 10 years, that maybe it's time to spice it up a little bit, like put the baby to bed and try a few things new to get the spice back in the relationship?
Girl, don't
You
get
know what I
me
mean?
started.
You might want to go get your little outfit. You know what I mean? A little dress up and put a little spice back.
Hold on. I'll tell you all about that situation. Me and my husband haven't slept in the same room since my daughter was 2 weeks old. She had a spell where she got choked
Okay.
and she turned blue, 2-week-old little baby. So I dedicated myself to her and
She's
stay at
9
home
now.
mother.
Well, look, listen, I'll say this. My daughter swallowed, what did she swallow? I think we were driving to drop her off at her auntie's house. And we were driving, and next thing you know, in the back seat, I'm hearing all of this. And we on the highway, everybody going 70 and 80. My daughter messed around and swallowed a marble, and it got stuck in her
wow.
throat. I had to, and I'm just saying this because I'm a dad, you know what I'm saying? So
Mhm.
I had to pull over and stick my finger down her throat and pull it out. I really don't know how I did that, but I was able to wrap my finger around that marble and pull it out her throat to keep her from choking. So and like that was, but of course you do anything for your children when you have to.
Right.
Them instincts speak volume.
So yeah, so I would say that, like that happened, you know what I'm saying? She's all right, and
It
don't, he can't let that stop him from enjoying his wife,
Well,
man.
it's not that. It's me and my husband was getting intimate for the first time 7 weeks after we had our baby.
Mm-hmm.
And, we was both so excited and everything and doing our deal. And halfway through, we heard it.
Okay.
We heard her choking. Got up and both of us butt ass naked.
Mm-hmm.
Grabbed her and she was blue as could be.
Oh wow.
My husband grabbed her and held her upside down, patted her on the back, and she started puking up a bunch of mucus, which is when we knew she had acid reflux. So I told my husband, I said, well, from now on out, I'm going to sleep on the couch with her. And I think that has, us not sleeping together has caused such a tremendous turmoil in our relationship.
So let me just say this though. Sorry, Zone. Let me
No,
just say this.
go ahead.
Okay, so and that you said that happened when she was like 7 weeks old, correct?
Well, she was 2 weeks old.
She was 2 weeks old. Okay.
Yeah.
So let me just say this. You guys haven't slept in the same bed since then?
We have, is what I call it, a sleepover. I sleep in there for about 3 hours and then I go back to my own bed. But it's never like a full husband and wife sleeping together.
So is it a thing where, and I'm not trying to be all up in your business, so just let me know.
No,
if it's-
get all up in my business. Maybe I might learn something.
Okay.
Damn,
so,
y'all teaching me so much.
So let me just say this. Okay, so you go and you'll spend a couple of hours in the bed together.
Yes.
But ever since then you guys haven't like spent a whole night together. But
No.
are you guys still intimate in that couple of hours sometimes?
Yeah, gosh almighty, it lasted for like 4 hours.
Okay.
I'm begging for it to quit, and then it just keeps going. But then that's the deal, is like it does that, and then afterwards, I go back to my room. He goes back to his room, and it's like we're roommates.
Okay, so you guys still get intimacy. You just don't stay in the same bed.
Yeah, well, we haven't been intimate in almost 2 months, only because of this issue, what I was telling you about.
Okay.
Where he shuts down.
Yeah, he shuts down when he feels something that is so emotionally and so out there. He just shuts down.
And you say so it's been about 2 months since you guys have been intimate.
Yeah, and I know that's hurting him. It doesn't hurt me because I have issues. I'm not on birth control. I haven't been on birth control since my child was 3 year old. No, she was 2 year old, and I have not been able to get pregnant since. So I know there's issues with me, but
Okay. So let me ask you, does he act like he wants to and you just don't want to? Or is it just neither one of you are initiating?
no, I will be honest.
Mm-hmm.
He gets me after I have done when through the semester when my kids homeschooled, our kids homeschooled. When I have homeschooled her all day and I've took care of our animals and done, yard work and cooking and cleaning and all this stuff. And he wants some and I just tell him straight up, I was like, give me a damn minute. He said, well, I don't have time to wait a minute. I said, give me 20 minutes. He said, I can't wait 20 minutes. I said, give me 10 minutes. He said, I'll wait 10 minutes. And I go in there and he's just past sleek out.
Okay.
Well, okay. So I will say this, right? And I am in no way in any shape or form to try to tell another adult what to do at all. But I will say that like when it comes to that, when he's like, basically you said wait a damn minute or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
There are ways to like respond to it. Like, I'll say this, right? I'll just use my own experience.
Go for it. I'm listening. I'm learning.
So obviously me being in a relationship, there will be times where, I want to do my thing. And she might be writing a page in her book or something like that. Or she might be working on something and she's her own person. So I can't just be like, hey, stop doing what you're doing, woman. Like there are seductive ways to, come over to me and like hug me a certain kind of way or cuddle a certain type of way or, do a little something that will make me want to wait. Like that will, I'll just be tame for like, 30 minutes or whatever while she does what she does. And then when she's done with that, then we can, do what we do. So I guess basically what I'm saying is like seductive, like when women seduce, like I can't speak for all men, but like I be forgetting memories and I be forgetting stuff. Like if I'm seduced the right way. So, I forget what I have for breakfast if I'm seduced the right way. So
Well, that's like on the holidays. On the holidays, like 4th of July.
Mhm.
I've grilled and I have cooked all damn day.
Yes.
And here he comes and he got back from fishing with his brothers and I look at him and I tell him, I said, you know what? Me and you's gonna have our little special moment. And he's like, okay. And then he goes in his room and he passes the fuck out.
No, watch
Well,
the
let me-
F-bombs. No
Oh,
F-bombs.
yeah, we can't say the F-bomb.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, it's all right. It's
He
all right.
passes out. And then I go in there and he's gurgling, snoring. Next day he's like, where was you at? I was like, I was there, but you wasn't.
Yeah, because men, like it's like I guess we'll wait for something that we want. Like when you respond a certain kind of way, like it probably could turn him off. Like he's like, let me just,
I'm
go
going
to
to
sleep.
bed.
But like that's just some information. Like, and I know that the
Makes
longer that
100% sense.
okay, cool. And I know like the longer that we're in relationships, like it could get it could. People say that it gets boring, but I'll say this because Fear No Mortals like hit it right on the head. I didn't really want to ask that question because I ain't really want to go all there about the intimacy, but you can't. It sounds like you're not enthused about, when it's time for y'all to do that.
Yeah, you ain't fucking wrong. Oh, sorry. You're not wrong. I am 27 and I have something wrong with me even doctors can't figure out. They're like, you should be, tearing his skin apart.
Okay.
Can I just say, go ahead.
Go ahead.
No, go ahead. Go ahead, Fear. Go ahead.
I'll just say this, and I'll be frank with you.
Mm-hmm.
You don't want them to start looking elsewhere. I mean, y'all, that's your husband. You've been married with him for 10 years, and men have needs, and I'm pretty sure Zone can attest to this. You know what I mean? The worst thing you want to do is continue to act like you're not interested, or
okay.
you don't want to be bothered or whatever, and then he starts checking somewhere else because he feels like he's not getting that attention from you. That's not what you want to do, because as his wife, you want him to only be trying to get it from you. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but that's the deal is he's the type is like, oh, did you do, did you, I don't want to get explicit, but did you feel pleasured? And I'm like, oh yeah. And he's like, I know you didn't this time. But I'm telling you, there is, like, I went to the OBGYN, the worst place to go for a woman. And they even say, like, oh, there's nothing wrong with you. We can't figure it out. And then another one said, oh, you got endometriosis.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Well, I mean, a condition like that,
Right.
and I'm not a doctor, but I'm a career healthcare professional, and a condition like endometriosis that it can actually cause severe mood swings. So but I'm not sure if
They done every test on me, and they said the only thing else could be wrong with me is that, and that they had to do an ultrasound to see, and my insurance wasn't covered it, so it would have been about $1,300.
let me ask you as well, how is your mood? How is your
My
mood?
mood is chill as a damn green bean. That probably doesn't make sense to you. Nothing bothers me. Nothing makes me upset until it pushes my buttons, and that takes months to do.
So you're
And
normally a laid back person.
Yeah, I don't give a damn about anything. But
And how,
then,
if you don't mind me asking, what's his age as well?
oh God, I'm the easy way to forget. Gosh, Mike, he's 41 now.
He's 41.
Yeah.
Okay, nothing wrong with that. I will definitely say that.
This is the thing I just realized the other day. I was like, okay, now I realize like so many people say, age is a thing. And even my husband told me, he's like, oh, got to be worried about that. And I said, oh, when I hit this age and I'm ready to go forward, what about you? He said, more than likely, I'm ready to stop. I'm ready to just settle. I'm 27. Like, to me, it just feels like my life has just begun.
Oh, yeah. I mean,
Yeah, you're still young.
No, guys, don't pick it, please. No. Don't shred me apart for it. I love older men.
Oh, there's nothing wrong with that.
with that.
Not
I mean,
at
you're
all.
27. It's not like you're 15,
Tra-
Yeah.
I
You
mean,
guys have been
traditionally,
together for a long time.
yeah.
Yeah, he didn't even know my age in the beginning. It was just our cousin, my cousin, whatever. Gosh, somebody even saying our cousin sounds awful, but he literally was our cousin by his aunt and by my uncle. Was my first cousin, and it was also his first cousin. We was not related, I promise.
Right, I get what you're
But
saying.
they hooked us up, and there we are, 10 years later, and we're still together. But I promise it's not incest.
No,
It's just I have realized my
Mhm.
life is just beginning and his life is slowing down.
Well, but
Well, I wouldn't say his life is slowing down because he's only 41. You know,
yeah, to
God,
be,
God willing,
yeah,
he still has a lot of life to live.
Yeah, but
yeah,
he's worked his entire life. Like he's ready for a subtle, slow going life. And I'm out here I'm inventing shit.
Hmm
well,
I will say this.
mhm.
Um, I was just talking to my dad today, right? And my dad's in his 70s, right? And we were just talking about how he can't stay still. You know, like he's retired, but
Mhm.
he's always doing something. Like right now, he's remodeling his RV. You know what I mean? And just different things. Like he has to continue to go. And he's like, I might even go get myself a little part time job to keep myself busy or whatever. And it's not, he doesn't need the money, but it's just the point that he worked most of his life, and now that he's retired and everything, he still cannot stay still. He has to keep doing something. And me and him was talking about how after people do retire, especially men, they don't, once they stop and just shut down and not do anything, that's when they start, deteriorating, so to speak. Or they, you know what I mean? Things
Yeah,
might
I,
start
I
going
already know that
downhill.
because my granny is what I call her. Granny is she's worked her entire life, and once my mother died, and she moved in with her son, which is my dad. She
Mhm.
said, I still need to work. And my dad told her, said, Mom, you don't need to work. Just stay home, take care of the house, take care of your pets and whatever, live your life. And she said, I can't do it. She said, I feel like I'm going to die if I do that. Well, she
Right.
has definitely devoted her life into her pets in that home, and she's still thriving, but not as she would when she was working.
Right. Right.
Well, that's like with me. It's like I feel like my husband starts. To me, it feels like he's working too much, and I want to ease that so we could, build up some money and go on vacation for once.
Hmm
Like I want to go to Hawaii or I want to go to a beach. I've never been to a beach. Never seen the
Hmm.
ocean in my entire life.
Wow. Wow.
Well, that
He
might be
has.
something you guys want to do.
Well, before you go to Hawaii, because Hawaii is gonna set you back a few $1,000s easily. And that's just the flight, just getting there.
Mhm.
But I would recommend, obviously Virginia Beach, places that it's a lot more accessible first. Virginia Beach, Myrtle
Oh, of
Beach.
course.
Yeah, definitely. Myrtle Beach is not that expensive. I'm like 3 hours from.
Well, I don't want to
I've
go
been.
when there's like the spring break happening. I don't want to see no booty cheeks and boobies all over the place.
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
you you're gonna see
it's the beach.
you don't even have to
If
be
I
at the
took my
beach to see
dad,
that
he would be
nowadays. You can
amazing.
see that just when you open your door, the way that these young people dress nowadays. But yeah, but obviously don't pay attention to that. You know what I'm saying? Just go, have fun. And trust me, your first time at the beach, you won't even you'll just be you know, taken over by your experience of just seeing how beautiful the beach is, the water, just the fact that you're even there.
Yeah, that's something I want to experience on my own terms. Is when I was a kid, I knew I was a kid as a teenager. My mom and them went to the beach, and I'm talking all the way to Florida from Kentucky. And they told me, I was like, oh, I'm so excited. They said, well, you can't go. You have to stay at home and watch the house so nobody robs it.
Mm.
And I was a teenager, and I was so disappointed because I couldn't go. And then they had their little fun, my sister and her husband and my mom and dad, and they sent pictures and called me from the Florida beach.
Oh, wow.
Look, I'll say this, and since because I kind of like where this conversation is going, and in pertinence to men's mental health, I will say this just from speaking, not saying that I'm that much older than you, but
No,
so a part of men's mental health is the social part of it, like we were talking about earlier. And so I know for me, I mean, yeah, there's some things that I want to do. If the Carolina Panthers are coming into town, I want to see that against the Arizona Cardinals, or if Usher or somebody is coming into town, I might want to go to that concert. But the majority of stuff that I do is not stuff that I really want to do. The majority of stuff that I do is stuff that my girlfriend wants to do. So I say that because, you're going to, as the wife, it kind of almost is like your unspoken responsibility to plan out the social life. So what I mean by that is always pitch ideas. Don't try to force anything on them, but subtly say, what do you think about this? Always try to poke at his interest to get insight, into what he's thinking about.
I never thought about that.
And you guys have been together for a long time. 10 years is a long time. And sometimes, people's interests change from what they used to be.
That's what I was thinking. There's the deal too. Is most women want to be showered with gifts and expensive things and out to eat and all this other stuff. I am totally different. All I want is take me fishing. I don't give a damn if we catch anything. Take
You like
me
to be out
fishing.
on water.
No, I don't have to be on water. I bank fish. I can sit there for hours and not catch a thing, and I'm happy.
Yeah, you
Okay.
just like to be out there.
Yeah, and then I love fossils and rocks and all that type of stuff. Take me to a creek bed and let me go, and I will be me
Does
and my
he like
kid
those
just
same
so happy.
things?
Huh?
Does he like to do those same things?
Yeah, he does. He likes to hunt the arrowheads and stuff. But when he's with us, it feels like he's in a rush to get back. Like he's like, okay, you found what you want, let's go. And we get back home, and I'm like, all that for a shit.
And you know what? Now that I think about it too, hopefully it doesn't. I know it's probably going to happen again. I don't want it to happen again. But when he does get into that shutdown mode, and you do have those, those times in between where, there might be a few words said here and there. Like to be honest, I would try pitching something fun. Like try to, say, hey, what do you think about, just to get his mind off of shutdown.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah, I thought about it. Mind you, we live in the middle of nowhere. So, like, shit, I ain't never thought about this.
well, when you say,
Maybe
what-
going out back and lighting a fire and roasting marshmallows.
absolutely, man.
Yeah,
Growing up, that used to be so fun. That used to be so fun for me. growing up.
And but would a man like that?
Say that again. I'm sorry.
I said, but would a man like that?
It's not about him liking it. I mean, and here's the thing, especially if you know the child is there, it's bonding time. Because I will be honest, right? I will be honest, right? I had to go take. I remember when the movie Frozen came out. Frozen is like Gen Z. So the greatest movie of all time for millennials. I don't care what nobody say. The Lion King. That is the greatest movie for millennials.
Right.
It's the first movie that many millennials ever saw in theaters. And probably the first VHS tape that a lot of us remember having. But I had to take my daughter to go see Frozen. There are things that I've had to do with my daughter that I'm just like, oh, it's about to be boring. But here's the thing, even when I was in a relationship and my ex wanted to do things, and even now in my current relationship, when my girlfriend is like, I'm like, okay, she want to go to Michael's and get some yarn, and I'm like, this is about to be boring, man. But it's about just being the support. So there's gonna be times where, yes, it might be boring, but I guarantee you, every boring thing that you do is gonna turn into a memory.
That's right.
So like,
sometimes it's not about whether it's boring or not. It's just about doing something together.
Well, that's what I'm scared of, though, is all the memories that my daughter will have is just me and her, because her father is so, seclusive.
Yeah, but see, here's the thing. That's why I'm trying to like give you the game of, like you have to be the one to make it happen as far as
y'all inspire me to, force it. Hey, you know what? This ain't just my kid. That's also your child.
Yes.
She loves you just like she loves me. She wants to make memories and go for, which they do hunt every year. I don't know if y'all gets that or not.
Oh yeah, I mean, well,
but they go hunting, and when she comes back, she is the most bright-eyed child. She comes back, she's like, "Oh my gosh, I got to talk to my dad for like 3 hours." I'm like, "Great." I was like, "Did y'all kill anything?" She said, "Of course not, because we just talked." And I said, "Well, at least y'all got to get to know each other, even though y'all live in the same home."
Let me ask you this as well.
Zone, I'll be right back.
Okay, go ahead. Mm-hmm. So the Cassidy Carrier in the chat is saying, like, family. When do you guys own any like any board games? Monopoly, Sorry.
We play War.
What about Monopoly or like anything like that?
No Monopoly or stuff like that, because I don't know. It seems like too much instructions.
Do you guys have a Walmart or Target nearby?
We got a Walmart. I ain't never seen Target.
Okay. All right. Well, the next time you go to Walmart, go in the board game section, wherever that is, and see if they have, and the war game's actually not bad as well, but Monopoly, something like Monopoly or Sorry, or there's a few other board games that slip my mind.
I played all them games, but I don't believe that my family would be into it, like Yahtzee and Canasta.
So you kind of broke up a little bit. I'm sorry. Say that again.
Oh, sorry. I said we played tons of like board games, like you're talking about Monopoly and stuff, but nobody was ever interested in that stuff. It died out. Like we bought all the stuff, but nobody wanted to play it.
But here's the thing: have you guys played Monopoly and ordered pizza at the same time? Play Monopoly while you ordering pizza and eating pizza, it's a different, dice are rolling, you're eating pizza, y'all are getting hyped. Because I'm gonna be honest, like those are some of the things as a family that I used to do when we were a child. Mom, Dad, child.
Well, that's for you guys, but for us, Even when I was a kid before I moved out, we lived so far away from the city, you cannot order stuff to your front door.
Baking the pizza, making the pizza. I'm sure you guys have grocery stores, right? You got to have a grocery store.
We have grocery stores, but they're about 30 minutes away.
Well, y'all need to have some pizza up in that house.
Yeah, the
On-
pizza. Okay.
on a Friday.
Domino's. And
Yeah, eat Domino,
Pizza
whatever
Hut.
you want to do. Domino's, Little Caesar, Pizza Hut, or if you even if you want to bake a pizza from scratch. And here's the thing, I would try to encourage this as well, because even as a dad, like my kids, they used to like to bake stuff, so I used to have to pour the mix to make cupcakes and all of this kind of stuff. Like, even why don't, because here's the thing, sometimes you have to put it in your daughter's head, hey, go ask your dad if he wants to bake cookies with you. Like, you have to do all kinds of tactical and sneaky things
Yeah.
to
I get
make
that.
it work. Like, everything that I'm telling you they're either things that have been done to me or things that I have maybe thought of to do, but at some point, at some way, like it was done. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah.
so
I'm giving you tactical moves.
yeah, absolutely.
'Cause, I mean, honestly, too, it's like crazy to think about. But me and my kid are almost the same person. And I don't want it to be. I mean, I've taught her how to do everything almost. I've taught her how to catch fish and crawdads and everything you could think of, like that a mother shouldn't have taught. I've taught her. But I have taught her everything a mother should taught, plus more. And that should have been her father's thing. It pisses me off sometimes. Oh, sorry. I don't know if I'm supposed to say piss or not.
No. You can. It's just the profanity.
But-
we just got to watch the profanity.
She has been wanting to learn how to ride a bike. My daddy taught me how to ride a bike. And he was dog shit drunk. But guess what? He taught me, and I fell over 3 times. And he said, if you don't get back up, you'll never ride it again. And on the 3rd time, I got up, and I rode ever since I was 17, 18 years old.
Mm-hmm.
And I want the same thing for my kid.
Yeah, like you said earlier, you said that your dad used to come home and, even though he worked all day, he was happy to see his family. He wanted to spend time with his family. So
Yeah, he would literally, I'll tell you his routine. He'd come home, he'd go straight to the bathroom. He would, 3 S's is what we called it: shit, shower, and shave.
right.
Exactly what he did. He
Man,
would come out of that bathroom. It didn't take him no more than 30 minutes. He'd come out, he would sit with us, joke, tell us everything that happened within his day, watch TV shows with us, joke with us, laugh with us, and then every one of us go to bed. That's what I want.
Hey, Hustler, how are you? Are you there?
Salute. How's everyone doing?
I'm doing well. How about yourself?
Good. How's everybody doing tonight?
good. Salute to you.
Do you have something you want to add to the conversation or any advice for Muddy?
I'm not one to give financial advice, honestly.
We're talking about men's mental health, Hustler.
Oh, okay. Makes sense.
Well, that's the overall topic. We've kind of got into a couple of different things.
Yeah.
Honestly, I don't think men's mental health is considered enough in this society because, we're told as men we're supposed to be strong, stoic, don't let anything bother you, and if you do, you're weak, you're pathetic. I say bullshit. Excuse me, I'm sorry. We're all human at the end of the day, so we all got feelings and we all have issues. So that double standard needs to stop. Women got issues, yeah, but men got issues too. So you gotta look at it on both ends. I know men who contemplated deleting themselves. Hell, I've contemplated deleting myself a few times. So I understand. It don't get considered enough.
Right. Yeah, and that's why I thought this was important to talk about. Because it's a big issue, especially amongst men of color. It's a big issue. I mean, people are struggling silently, and a lot of men don't address the issues that they are dealing with. Like Muddy said, her husband just kind of shuts down and doesn't want to talk about it. So that's why I think this was good for us to get input and feedback to see maybe if there's something that can be done to help, other men around, or even to help if any of you guys are struggling as well.
Fear. I actually have to run.
All right.
If you are, I'm not sure how much longer you're gonna be on, but if you're on when I get back, I'll jump back on the panel.
Okay, Zone. Thank you so much for coming up.
No problem.
I really appreciated you and your input.
Absolutely. Salute to you. Salute to Huscular and Muddy. Come around. Start coming around. Are you subscribed to the channel?
Yeah.
Okay. I think this will be a good place for you. So hopefully we'll see you around.
I feel like it. Thanks for all the advice.
Absolutely. All right. Well, I'll be in the chat though. I'll be in the chat.
All right. Thank you, Zone.
Peace.
All right. So, Hustler, since you just came up, I want to ask you some of your perspectives on men's mental health, and just, see where you're coming from on the topic as well. So let me ask you this, Hustler. Do you think people notice when a man is struggling, or do they often overlook it?
I think a lot of times we just don't notice it because we prefer suffering in silence instead of just being out with it. And speaking of self-deletions, when I was in the military back in 2013, I literally had a soldier who committed self-deletion, and we found out maybe, I don't know, weeks later, even did a funeral in his honor. I mean, when he's on base, when he was on base, he didn't seem like anything was bothering him. But I guess that's the thing. You don't know what somebody going through behind the scenes. So
right. Like
wrong, goofy. He's like this NCO you can just laugh and joke with, but at the same time be serious with.
Really?
And that's what happened. It's been like 13 years since this happened. Man, oh man, you don't know what the hell people go through behind closed doors.
And nobody even had a clue. It just kind of happened.
Yep, absolutely.
Wow. Yeah, that's alarming. And earlier I went into some stats about, male deleting themselves at an alarming rate. And I think it's something that does need to be talked about more. And people need to be more aware of when men are going through the situation of struggling in silence. Because I think that's a big thing that happens here. How important do you think it is for men to have like other men that they can talk to, or a brotherhood or a support system?
I think it's very important. I like having a sisterhood, a good sisterhood to talk to. But we as men, some of us, if not most of us, are not going to just be out like, yeah, I'm going through this, I'm going through that. No, we have to keep it to ourselves.
Yeah. Hey, Dragon, how are you?
Peace and love. Everything is beautiful. How's it going over there?
It's going good. Good to see
right.
you.
Good to see you guys as well.
I'm glad both of you came up. So I want to get your perspective on this whole thing. I'm going to ask you the same thing I just asked Hustler. How important do you think it is for men to have a brotherhood or a support system?
Yeah, yeah, absolutely, absolutely. Got to have accountability partners. Got to have some people who's going to be in your corner. Some real brothers that's going to be able to lift you up, especially if you're not going to be able to carry the load yourself sometimes. Yeah, man, like you definitely need somebody in this life to get you through those muddy and treacherous waters. When you don't believe that you can do it on your own because you've done it for so long, or you don't even know how to do it. You don't know how to navigate, your way through it. Like you need some powerful and uplifting, upstanding brothers that's going to be able to, be able to carry you through to the other side and be able to build you up too, in the way that they can see what's in you. You know what I mean? Maybe if you not know it yourself, if you haven't arrived at that point yet, but maybe they see something in you in order to bring that part out of you. Maybe they might be there in order to, be that stepping stone in order to get you through to the other side. You know what I mean? So it's very, very important to have like-minded brothers, and even brothers who have made it to that point, has been in that point before and has actually made it through to the other side, in order for them to have that experience enough in order to get you through to the other side just like them. You know what I mean? So, yeah.
I think that's a very good point. Hustler, do you have something you want to add to that?
Oh no, he said it all. Yup, said.
Right.
Yeah,
That was
for
good.
sure.
That was really good. So,
Thank you.
why do you guys think? Let me ask both of you. Why do you think some men have difficulty talking about their emotions and what they're really going through?
Because this is what we're taught from a young age. Boys don't cry and all that kind of BS. Well, I can't say it's BS. So that's why I say, don't blame us. Blame our upbringing. Blame society. I mean, don't get me wrong. As a man, I don't cry. I don't shed a tear. I don't give a crap what happens. I mean, I give a crap. I'm not gonna cry over BS, but still, look at what y'all done created. A bunch of men who can't even share their thoughts and feelings when things are really getting bad. So I can't put it all on just individual people. I look at it collectively. It's the world that we're raised in. I wouldn't have it any other way, but I think there needs to be a middle ground with that. Just saying. But go ahead.
I agree that there should be a middle ground, definitely. And me and Zone kind of touched on that earlier, how, sometimes, a lot of the time, I will say, boys aren't taught to be able to express themselves freely. And I do think that is a problem. I agree that is a problem. What do you think, Dragon?
But let me say this real quick before I let the brother go. I mean, we're always taught don't show emotions, but guess what? When you come in these spaces and you see men crying over women, crying over this, crying over that, it makes you wonder, what the heck is going on here? I know y'all see TikTok and Instagram videos of men crying about a woman did them dirty, a woman used them for their money. They crying and fussing like they're on it's like feminine energy coming out of a masculine man. That's not cool either. I mean, as men, we have feelings, but we don't go on social media crying like a bunch of sissies. I'm saying that with these Gen Z men, but maybe that's just me. What do you think, brother? Do you see the same stuff, or am I just seeing things?
Nah, I agree with you 1,000%. I've seen it too. I've seen men crying on the floor, begging and pleading like they, in a Keith Sweat video, trying to get their girl back because they got caught cheating. You know what I mean? They got, snot and slobber all, like through their nose and mouth and stuff, and begging and pleading, and look like a runaway slave. Oh, go ahead.
And by the way, don't sleep on Keith Sweat. He is legendary. Just saying.
They should be begging and pleading then if they're the one that cheated.
No. Yeah, for sure. But my thing is, it's like, okay, if you're going to be looking like the part, at least sing the part. Don't just get the crying and baby please and all this other crap, and you ain't belt a note. You ain't sing a Twisted. You ain't singing Nobody. You ain't singing My Body All Over Your Body. None of that. It's just a baby, please don't leave me. That's it. That's all you got. So you had all that game in order to be able to get her, but then when you get caught, you don't have the game to get like to keep her.
There's a right and a wrong way. Oh.
Come on now. Come on now. Come on. Don't do that now. Come on now. Come on now. I know we grown, but come on. It ain't after dark this yet. It's 11:20. You know what I mean? So you feel what I'm saying? So
But okay, so I'll say this, guys. I understand exactly where you guys are coming from on that. I can see if somebody's just all out of whack and in their emotions all the time, especially getting online, because at the end of the day, a lot of people don't even care. They just want to see a show. So getting online and expressing your emotions all the time to a group of people that don't care about you, I definitely don't think that's good. But it is okay to cry as a man and express your emotions in a place that is safe. You know what I mean? It's okay to feel overwhelmed. It's okay to feel pain, feel hurt, feel sadness, grief, loss, whatever it is. You know, it's okay to express that from time to time. You know, crying does not make a man weak. But I do get the point of, you know, just getting online looking like a fool, crying every time you get on, acting crazy. That's something different.
And by the way, I wanted to touch on something just real quick too. What the brother Hustler was saying, as far as blaming the upbringing and stuff like that, and us not really knowing how to. We don't know how to express our emotions, you know, especially when we're kids. I believe in another way, like we sort of do. We do know how to express ourselves. I mean, we know an expression to let out when we hurt ourselves. Like if we tripped over, like as a baby, like if we tripped over our feet and then like, we scabbed our knee or something like that. We know how to cry, don't we? That's the first thing that come out, right? Like if our parents made a face and we laughed at it because we thought it was funny, like we knew how to express ourselves then, you know. I say all that to say though, is just like we know how to express ourselves, but I think that there's correction in the expression is what comes along with it over the years. It's just like when you're a baby, you can express how it is that you express yourself. But then when you become like an adolescent, a toddler, and then a kid and all that other type of stuff, then that's when it kind of gets corrected after a while and it gets molded to where you can't cry as much as you used to because you're getting older. You can't show this type of emotion any longer because you're becoming, maybe more mature, or you're trying to become more mature at your age. You know what I mean? So it's a lot of, if you want to say blame, it's a lot of blame in a lot of areas. I mean, society is definitely one of them. In the household, parenting is definitely another. But then when we become adults, it really is on us. We have to be the ones to control our emotions. We have to be the ones that is in control of who we are at the center, our foundation. You know what I mean? We can't allow outside forces to dictate and to be able to control who it is that we are as people. You know what I mean? Who we are as far as the foundation of whose we are in Christ, for a lot of people that believe it, and even for some that don't. So yeah, it's a lot more multifaceted than people really give credit to. But I do, agree with Brother Hustler, and I do agree with you too, FNM, as far as there should be a meeting in the middle with all of this. It really should be, because somebody has to get somewhere in order to keep from all this stuff happening. But at the same time too, quiet is kept. It's kind of a good thing that we do see this stuff occurring on social media and sometimes on these panels, because for other people, it's kind of like it's a learning thing for them, because it's like, okay, well, if they're acting like that, man, God forbid, I never want to look like that. God forbid, I never want to get out my body and crash out just because a woman rejected me, or because this dude said this, or this chick said that, or this person messed me over, or this, that, and the third. Like, no, I got to be in control at all given times. Now, there's a sense of thing called being overwhelmed, of course. Everybody gets overwhelmed. Everybody has a bad day, and this, and the third, and that's normal. That's natural. We're human beings, so it's bound to happen. But to try to control yourself and to try to be balanced and centered as much as possible, that's the goal for me. So
I agree with that. I totally agree. Yeah. I could see how you could look at it as, hey, I don't want to be like that guy. I don't want to do what he's doing.
Right.
So I got to learn how to handle things a little bit better. I mean, we could all learn something from some of these crash outs, I guess,
Absolutely. But yeah.
I think it's a thing where people need to be able to express themselves with others in real life, offline, and have that kind of connection with people offline versus just always bringing it online or spending all their time online, because I think that can be a detriment too when you don't have people that you can actually associate with offline that personally in real life,
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
I think a lot of the times, and just tell me what you guys think about this, a lot of men spend so much time worried about how they're going to take care of everything else and everybody else that maybe sometimes you all neglect your mental health because you're focused on providing or taking care of a family or, trying to get accomplished. Do you guys think that's a thing?
I'll go ahead and let Brother Hustler go.
Hustler, are you there?
I'm here, but I didn't hear the question. What happened? I stepped away. What happened? What was the question again? I'm sorry.
I said, do you think a lot of men suffer with neglecting their own mental health because they are dealing with everything else, trying to handle a household, taking care of the family, trying to get accomplished, and things like that?
Yep, I think to an extent. I mean, it's either that or maybe they're just ashamed to go get help because we live in an overly judgmental society that's going to put stigmas on people when they get help. It ain't just men. Sometimes women suffer from it too. Now, who suffers more? That's a matter of opinion. But yeah, sometimes we just don't want to get the help because we either feel like we don't need it, or we feel like, or we're just too ashamed to get it, or we feel like it's just useless to us, depending on the situation.
Mm-hmm. Hey, Jeremiah, good to see you. Thanks for stopping by. I totally agree with that, Hustler. I think a lot of people don't. Earlier, I read some stats, so I wanted to make sure I had the right information. And I will say this, especially in our community, only 9.8% of Black men go and utilize mental health treatment or go and talk to someone professional. So I do think it's a big gap, whereas saying that at least 19.8 non-Hispanic white males go and get the help. So even that's a low number, but it's even lower in our community of men that actually go and receive the help. And it also told us that a lot of the times a cycle of mental health issues, men will let it go on for a cycle of 11 years before they finally do decide to go and get the help. So I totally agree that some people they might be ashamed. They might feel like they're not comfortable talking to someone, or maybe they just think that they can deal with it on their own without going to seek the help. What do you think, Dragon?
Yeah, yeah, absolutely. I agree with that. Um, it's always because it's to be honest. I mean, it's always been a stigma with Black American men, especially with the whole going to therapy and seeking help that way mentally. It's always been a stigma like that before probably any of us was born, to be honest. Yeah, it's because it's something about receiving help from somebody else who is more experienced, to where I believe a lot of people think that that's probably like it puts them in a subservient role. Like, I have to submit myself in order for me to kind of get to a point of where, I think how this person wants me to think because they're licensed. Like, I have to. Oh, go ahead. What you gonna say?
No, I just said okay. I'm listening.
Oh, okay. Got you. Yeah, because I think people have it to where in their mind is just like, if they go for the therapy for whatever reason, they just feel like they're a less person of themselves. Like, they feel like more like kind of worthless, because it's like, if I had to get to that point to where I had to ask for help, then I couldn't do it on my own. Like, I was.
Go ahead.
Yeah, well, I would say, like, I was a failure because I couldn't maintain my mental stability, and it got me to this point to where now I have to go see somebody and get their thoughts and opinions and tell them exactly what it is that's going on with me, as to why I'm there in the first place, type of thing. You know what I mean? So it's a pride thing that comes along with it. It's a huge amount of pride that comes with not really asking for help and not being vulnerable. That's another thing too. Vulnerability is a big thing for us too. We don't really like being vulnerable for anything, especially nowadays. Nowadays, it's real hard to be vulnerable when it comes to anything, like mentally, emotionally, physically, anything. Like, vulnerability is a big thing as well. So it's just
Right.
Yeah, it's a sad thing, to be honest. It's really sad.
I could see that. And P Stone says, I have no pride issues. I started my journey in 2013. It's different, F&M, if it's voluntary and not forced. I could see that. Yeah,
That's
I
a
mean, no
fact.
one want to do it if it's forced and somebody has to call the crazy house on you. You know what I mean? Or whatever. I don't know if that's
Mhm.
Call the crazy house.
and get somebody committed. I mean, that's a totally different thing. If it's to that point, somebody's really on the bad end of it. You know what I mean? And so I think it's important to have preventive things in place before it gets to that point. And that's a problem. I think that a lot of men, as kind of what you said, Dragon, may feel like it's a weakness if they have to go and see someone. What do you think, Hustler?
Yeah, it is a crazy situation. But the crazy folks, come on, if it's that bad, then oh boy. You
Well,
got
I'm
to
just saying, if you
institutionalize
have to
people.
get right, if you have to get somebody committed, then they're pretty bad off if they're not able to go do it themselves. You know what I mean? So that's all I'm saying. And we want to prevent it from getting that bad.
But Just like they say, pride comes before the fall too. If nobody really believes that there's nothing wrong with them,
Now
then
that's a fact.
yeah,
That's a
then
fact.
then what would be the point of them wanting to even attempt to try to get the help? And especially if people's telling them exactly what's wrong with them, or what's going on with them, or they could see something that's off with them, and yet that person's not receiving it, or they still have a veil around their eyes to where they can't see it. All they know is that they're doing the right thing. I mean, and people, because I think I heard this before, is just like people only knows but so much as to what they do.
Hmm.
You know what I mean? So if you know what you've been accustomed to doing, and what you've been indoctrinated to doing, or what you've been taught, that's all you know until you seek other knowledge.
That is true.
So
Or
yeah,
like a person that is dealing with mental health issues, or now we say mental health issues, before they would say, well, a crazy person doesn't know they're crazy. They're crazy,
true.
you know what I mean? So
Yeah,
I get what you're saying there. A lot of people suffering don't even know that they have mental issues to a certain extent.
right. hmm Yeah, it's a slippery slope. It's a slippery slope. Because some people, they'll even they'll take it personal, especially if you have good intent, in order to let them know exactly, like, hey, maybe you might need to go see somebody because I see that you're overwhelmed with this, or because I've known you for a long time and I know that you've been dealing with this, and I know you don't really like to talk about X, Y, and Z or whatever, but maybe it'd be better to talk to somebody who's more licensed, or who's more experienced, or who knows that type of field, or who can relate to where you're coming from. you
Right.
know but
Yeah.
some people, they just believe that they're fine. They believe that everything's good until the day that they're not. And
That's
the sad part, yeah, and the more sad part about it is just like, people don't understand, your mental health can affect everybody around you, not just you.
mm,
That's
that's
that. Yeah, that's the part about it, and that's the more selfish thing that people don't really equate that to. Like, it's selfishness that goes along with that. Because you crash out this, that, and third. I mean, it looks bad not only just on you, but all the people that surround you, your family, and everybody else. I
Mhm.
mean, yeah, people don't see it that way. They don't look at the bigger picture. They just look based off of themselves and how they feel, how they think, and whatever else. They don't think about the long term. They don't think about the bigger result after the fact.
Right. And I think a perfect example was the lady that was up here earlier, and she touched on how, you know, it was affecting her family, or, in her
Mhm.
situation that she was dealing with her husband. So you're absolutely right. It affects everybody around you. And that's not a good thing. And P Stone said it's not a weakness because we're all human and have vulnerabilities. And I agree with that.
Yeah.
Um, there is nothing weak about wanting somebody to talk to. There's nothing weak about saying, hey, can I talk to you? There's nothing weak about saying, I need somebody to listen. There's nothing weak about saying, I don't need you to fix it. I just need you to hear me. And I
Yeah.
think that's something that a lot of people have to realize. And if the first person you reach out to does not understand you, that doesn't mean you should stop reaching out, because you
Mhm.
have to find somebody that's safe. You have to find somebody
Yeah.
that's trustworthy, and everybody's not that. You know what I mean? Find
Absolutely.
somebody who can listen without making you feel ashamed for having emotions. And somebody, it could be a friend, a family member, a mentor, or it may be a counselor or a mental health professional. You can be strong and still need support.
Hmm.
And I think that's what a lot of people kind of get misconstrued. It's not a weakness. You can be strong and still need to say, "Hey, I'm overwhelmed. Can I talk to someone?"
Yeah.
And P Stone says, if we are active with family relationships, we have to be considerate of how we affect them as well. Yeah. And that's exactly what
Hmm.
Dragon was saying. Yep, exactly. Hustler, what do you think? You there, Hustler? He might have stepped away. So let me ask you this then, Dragon.
Go ahead. Shoot.
Okay, so what do you think makes it easier for a man to open up and talk?
What makes it easier? Depends on the man, to be honest. I mean, there's some men that it's easier for them to open up with their guys, with their homies. It's easier for some men to be able to open up to their family members. It's easier for some of them to open up to their girls or to their wives. It's quiet as kept. It's easy for them to open up to therapists or somebody that they can really relate to, just like what you was talking about. Like if it's somebody that's trustworthy, somebody that they know,
Right.
somebody they build up a rapport with or history with. I mean, people like them, I believe, would be like easier for them to open up to. I mean, even some people some guys are able to open up to Christ.
Right.
They're able to go ahead and go to their prayer closet, go to the upper room and talk to him, and in the way that they see fit and the way they know how to.
I
Yeah.
agree
So
with that.
so there's all different types of ways for men to open up in a way. I think my thing is just like when they do open up,
Hmm.
are they willing to open up the floodgates and then let the issues of life flow? Or are they just willing to just open up just a tad, just for a little bit of the water to just kind of like seep through, if that makes any sense?
Okay. Do you mean like not really being so vulnerable? Maybe just, saying surface level things instead of really getting into the root of what they're going through?
Yeah, yeah, yeah. That's how you actually hit it right there. Yep, that's it.
Right. What do you think is the best way to ask a man, how are you really doing? Like if let's say, I mean, it doesn't have to even be like a wife or a girlfriend situation. It could be even just a friend of yours, notice, or you know what I mean, somebody that you notice may be going through something. Like, what
Yeah.
is the best way to ask them, like, what's really going on without them being offended or thinking that you're judging them? Like, how would somebody approach it to you without you being like offended?
Okay. Because I guess I'm speaking out of experience because I've had my guys at the time. I've had homies and stuff that I asked them that same thing because I knew something was off. I knew that they wasn't, and I used to be around them a lot too, so I always saw it, but they just
Right.
never really spoke up about it in depth. So me, like, what I would do is just like, if we was, maybe in a place to where like I see they're about to crash out, or I see that something was just off to the point of where they just had like a bad temper or something was happening, I just like pull them to the side to where it's just me and that person, right? And I just
Right.
ask them like bro, like what's like are you all right? Like you don't seem like yourself. Like you know like you know we boys, man. Like I anything that you want to tell me or anything that you want to talk about, we can just leave it at the table right here. I'm not one to look at you different or to judge you or to make it seem like I'm better than you or none of the sorts like that, man. It's just I see that you going through it, you hurting or whatever the case is, and it's just like, man, I'm here. Like if you ever need an ear to be lent to or you need to talk or whatever, bro, like I'm right here. Like never hesitate to let me know what's up, but in your time though, do it in your time. Like you don't have to do it right here and right now, but just in your time whenever you feel comfortable to let me
Right.
know what's up. You know what I mean? So that way I give them the option to do it. They don't have to do it just because I'm asking them right there on the spot, because they might not feel it right there. They might want to feel like cussing me out, or they might want to feel like, throwing some hands or something like that. So
Right.
I'll just let them know just right then and there, like, hey, whenever you feel need to talk or whatever, I'm here. I'm in your corner. I got your back, bro. Just let me know what's up whenever you feel the time to do so.
Right. Right. I think that was an excellent response. That's good. So, in the contrary to that, what do you think the worst way would be to approach it? Like when a man opens up, what should people avoid like trying to say to him? That
Judging.
maybe go ahead,
Yeah,
hustler.
go. Yeah,
I'm back. My bad. I'm back.
yeah,
Hmm.
it's all good.
Heard enough of the conversation. Yeah, go ahead.
Well, hustler, what do you think is the worst way to, if a man starts to open up, what do you think people should avoid saying to him? If he's opening up and wants to express whatever he's going through, what do you think people should
I
not do?
think we should avoid saying dumb stuff like "man up" and just stop acting like a little bitch. That kind of mess.
Okay.
I mean, it's a time for that, but still, in situations like that, I don't want to hear that bullshit. I'm sorry. Then here I go again. I got a mouth on me, so please forgive if I let a bad word slip out. I'm trying to control myself. Please
Just
forgive me.
no f bombs.
Okay, fair enough. We don't want to hear that. I mean, it's a time and place for that. Crying over some girl doing you dirty, grow up and man up and grow up and move on. Well, if it's a serious thing like a family member died or something bad happened, we don't want to hear that BS. A time for everything, So
Right.
avoid saying grow up, man up, because at the end of the day, like I said, we're all human and we all got feelings at the end of the day. Just
That's
saying,
a
but go
fact.
ahead.
That's a fact. Yeah. I mean, I do totally agree with that. There's certain things that you shouldn't. I don't think anybody should dismiss someone's feelings or make them seem like they are less than for having these feelings. I don't think that's fair. Now, like you guys pointed earlier, if it's a constant everyday thing, that's one thing. But somebody that's willing to be vulnerable enough to open up and say, "Hey, this is what I'm going through. This is where I'm feeling not myself," or whatever the case may be. There has to be a safe place for that conversation to um, take place, for them to even feel like they are willing to share. So downing them is definitely not the route that you want to take. Because I think that may be a lot of the reason why men do keep things bottled up, because of maybe that fear of, hey, man up. You know what I mean?
Hmm.
And that's not good.
Yeah.
Do you all think that men need someone to listen more than they need someone to immediately give advice?
A little bit of both. Listen, then give advice.
Okay. I agree.
Yeah, I was about to say the same thing too. Yeah, because it's
Um,
definitely important to hear and then let it resonate and let whatever it is that person said, let that kind of marinate with you a little bit in order for you to be able to give them the proper intentional response to whatever it is that they're going through. And then if you're able to give them that, then it should be able to resonate with them.
mhm.
You know, because it should be a two-way street. Like if that person's being, vulnerable or whatever, and they're letting you know what's going on, then you should be able to do the same for them while listening to them. I mean, even though that's a form of vulnerability, listening to them in the first place. But then also responding in care, responding in kind, responding with compassion and empathy should be
Right,
the other way, you know?
right, right. So I agree with that. Um, because we know that a lot of times young men are built to, you know, be strong and don't cry and, don't show your emotions and things like that. Do you think society sometimes confuses emotional silence with strength? Do y'all feel like that? It could be a thing. Like society, it's a confusion between actually being emotionally silenced with strength. Or do you all think it goes hand in hand?
Uh, I'm gonna go ahead and let Brother Hustler go because I need to marinate on that one real quick.
Okay. Hustler, are you there?
Yep. What's the question?
Do you think society sometimes confuses emotional silence with strength?
Emotional silence with strength. I'm gonna say yes, it does, because there's a difference between being stoic and just being flat out ignorant. So yeah, they
Hmm.
do that. I mean, most men like to hold their emotions in and don't express them, so they look at that as a sign of strength, and maybe it is to an extent. But they also say it takes a strong man to show his soft side. And that may have been true 25, 35, 40 years ago, but new era now. So
I can't. I
that
don't
line
agree with
is so
that,
blurred,
Hustler.
it barely exists anymore.
I get what you're saying, but I still think there has to be a place for a man to show a softer side. I mean, for me, I don't think, and I think for most women, no one really wants a man that wants to treat his woman the same as he treats his homeboys. Or, yeah, what's up, my nigga? This and whatever. You know what I mean? There has to be a time and a place. You know what I mean?
Hmm.
So that's what I think that I get that in this day and age. Well, you know what? In a way, I can't even say that even years ago, because I think men were always kind of taught to be strong. You know what I mean?
Hmm.
I think, and to be honest with you guys, now that I really think about it, I think even in this day and age, some men are softer than they were even like 30, 40 years ago. You know what I mean? I think
I agree.
there's a difference in that.
Oh yeah. I
Yep.
mean, if you look at pictures of men back when we were younger, you're either Gen X or millennial like I am, born in 1984, you will see a difference in how men carried themselves back then compared to today. Think about that. 40 years ago, not one man was wearing skinny jeans or crop tops and all that kind of bullshit. Sorry. Nobody was wearing
Hmm.
that. We dressed like men back in the day. Now, I ain't gonna lie. When I was 19, I wore baggy pants and baggy shirts and whatever, but that's how men carried themselves. Even 2001, 2002, we carried ourselves differently. I don't know what's going on with this new generation of men.
Right.
I
Well,
swear to God, when I see young men with they tight jeans, I can't tell if it's male or female until I get a closer look at the person. I'm like, oh, that's a man. Oh God, no.
Yeah.
When your sister's jeans, really?
I mean,
Nobody
there's
was
a
doing
lot
this
of
30
that.
years ago. My bad. Go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say, yeah, there is a lot of that now. I mean, things like, I mean, you see that more and more in society today. It's more open than it used to be. I will say
Mhm.
that people are more open-minded. You know, I don't necessarily want to get into that whole other conversation. Uh,
You mean they're woke now? Yep.
if that's what you want to call it. Um, but I think that I don't know if it was so much as there was more emotional intelligence then, or if it's more emotional intelligent now. But in some ways, I think people take things more personal now, or they're more sensitive to a certain degree, if that makes sense.
Mm,
Sort of, kind of. Yep, it does.
yeah, yeah.
Because it could be something that somebody says to one of you that you wouldn't take offense and wouldn't find it a big deal, but that somebody else would go off the deep end about it. You know what I mean?
Hmm. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, but times have gone so wrong. I mean, things that you could say today would not have applied 25, 30 years ago. I mean, it's like we live in a what they call a woke society. Self-awareness on steroids. That's what I've been noticing lately.
So give an example, Hustler.
I did a whole show on this last year, but I don't remember everything I said as far as people being woke is concerned. But like I said, you got young men wearing skinny jeans, like, you know, the clothes that females usually generally wear. That wasn't cool 25, 30 years ago. It was all baggy pants and hat cocked to the side. It didn't age all that well looking back 30 years later, but it's how we men expressed ourselves back then. I mean, say what you will about how we used to dress when we were young kids in high school, college, but look at these folks today. Woke gone wrong.
I understand what you're saying.
Hmm.
So let me ask you guys this question. What does being strong mean to you? Like, what does that look like for you all? Anyone can answer.
I'd say for me personally, being strong would be taking care of all of your responsibilities, without complaints, without any type of selfishness, without any type of attention seeking. Strength is also setting boundaries and standing by those boundaries, sticking to those boundaries. Strength is abiding by your word and keeping your word. Strength is, I mean, obviously physically too. I mean, strength is, physical. Like if you're in shape, and you can, lift, a lot of weight. You're self-disciplined when it comes to, working out, things of that nature. That's a sign of strength, because you don't quit. you work towards, what goal that you're trying to hit when you're, working out. Nutrition, that's a part of strength. I mean, to me, it's a lot of areas of what strength is for me personally. I mean, you can have strength in the Lord and Christ. You can have strength in relationships with people, and maintaining those relationships. I mean, it's just any area for me. I could just see that there's strength as long as, however it is that they're doing it in order to maintain it. The maintaining part would be the strength part to me. Maintaining it, keeping it going, not letting it flounder, not letting it, fall off to the wayside.
Right.
So that'd be my definition of strength.
That's a good answer. I agree with that. That's a good answer. What about you, Hustler? Hustler, are you there? Okay.
Even that right there, that's a show of strength. He went ahead and he dipped out. He didn't want to answer when you told him to answer. See?
I'm back.
See, never mind. See, I didn't give you an alley-oop, man. You didn't drop the ball, bro.
Did you hear the questions, Hustler? Now
What was the question? I'll
repeat
answer
the
it.
questions now.
I appreciate the effort, sir, but I can answer this.
It's all good. It's all good, family.
What does being strong mean to you?
Standing on business. Don't let people bother you. And be yourself no matter what anybody says. But that's easier said than done for some folks. Authenticity over performance in most cases, anyway. Yeah, that's my definition of strength.
That's a good answer.
Yeah. How about that? Yeah.
So let me just say this. And I had touched on this a little bit earlier, but according to the CDC's most recent data, the suicide rate among males in the United States was nearly 4 times the rate amongst females. And that means we can't keep telling men to simply man up. We have to start asking, how are you really doing? And when somebody answers honestly, we have to stop making them regret telling the truth. Like, by not laughing at someone who finally opens up, like not telling somebody other people have it worse, because everybody doesn't handle the same things at the same rate. Just because somebody else went through it and it may have been worse doesn't mean that the person you're talking to has those same capabilities, or has the same mindset as someone else who got through it. We can't immediately try to fix them either. Sometimes they just need a listening ear before we even give the advice. And sometimes the most powerful thing that we can do is just tell the truth. I may not completely understand what you're going through, but I'm here for you. And it's kind of like what you said you went through with your friend Dragon, hey, I'm here for you. And if you need me, I'm here for you, whatever's going on. And I think that's important to just let people know, hey, open up on your time. You may not want to share everything right now. They may have to work their way up to it. And that's okay. Sometimes we can't expect everything to be laid out right there. And some people don't know if they can be vulnerable enough. They don't know if they can trust you enough. They don't know. They might be ashamed. They might feel like, like we talked about, that they're weak for having these emotions or having these feelings or whatever it is. And some people are dealing with trauma that they never got healed from. And so it's important for us to be able to just say, hey, I'm here. And that's one of the things that I think a lot of people don't have, that person just saying, hey, I'm here. You know, in this day and age of social media, a lot of people don't have that personal interaction. They turn online to get advice. You know, they turn online to even have some kind of social life. You know, me and Zone kind of touched on this earlier, how some people don't even get out that much, you know?
Yeah.
So being online is their
I do.
whole life and identity. Would you say, Hustler?
Not for me. I have a life online. I have a life offline as well.
And that's the
I'm
way
at
it
the,
should be.
I'm at the gym putting some hustle into my muscles. Then I come on live and chop it up with y'all. Or pop my ish off or whatever the hell. Yeah.
But just think of all the people that don't. You know what I mean? It's healthy. You have a healthy balance, but there's so many other people that don't.
Yeah, that balance is kind of destroyed. I mean, have y'all noticed go back 20 years ago when we barely had internet, or we barely had social media. Back then, you had to, take online dating, for example. Meet somebody online, send them a message. If they respond, arrange to meet up and go from there. Even back then, we had online dating. We still put in effort to try to meet somebody. You could just stay behind a damn computer all day, hiding your identity. You have to reveal yourself at some point. And I'm speaking from experience, because back when we had stuff like MySpace and Black Planet, y'all remember that stuff back then? Yeah. I had love females off of both sites. So I could just pop my ish off on MySpace and then meet them up close in person. This is the real Hustler and Muscular. But nowadays, everything is online. Everything is online now. So having a computer now, just be whatever you want to be. No balance anymore. It's sad.
Yeah.
What's that song? Sad but true. It's sad but true. Yeah.
Right.
That's facts.
Right. I agree with that. And I think that's part of the problem. I do. I think back at a certain point, we were more social. People got outside more. People actually wanted to meet up. People actually wanted to, mingle with people on the outside versus just talking online. So I can agree with that. What do you think, for Dragon? You agree with that?
Yeah, because I'm right there with Hustle on that one. I come from that age too. I used to be on the sites also, man. I used to be on like Tagged, and used to be, Facebook, and all those other eHarmony, all that stuff, So from going to that and not even trying, but like just being charismatic as much as you can and putting that effort into talking with women and then meeting up with them, or even if you're at the job, because I did both. Like I was online with it, and I was in real life, approaching, females and talking to them, getting their numbers and exchanging info and all that stuff and taking them out. So I did both.
Same here, buddy. Same here. Go ahead.
For sure. I already painted you to be one of them dudes too, man. I painted you. Yeah, I already knew, man. But so yeah, it's just that compared to where we're at now, it's just like more people rather have relationships. Just like you said, it's online. Like it don't even have to be a meetup. Like folks can just go ahead and just claim you as a online, husband, or online wife, or online boyfriend or girlfriend, or
chat wife, or chat husband.
Yeah, chat wife, chat. There you go. Yeah. I don't know the terms nowadays, but yeah, there you go. Cause I don't get down like that. You know what I mean? It's just like I'm too old school with it. Like don't claim me. Like if we're in the chat together, if we ain't doing anything outside of that, it's just. I don't know. It's just strange to me, and I don't know nobody who does it, but it's just, for me, it don't work out like that for me, I
Right.
gotta have something tangible. You feel me? So,
V had a
uh,
comment for you, Dragon.
oh Lord, what do mini me want? Oh Jesus. Sis Dragon was see, here she go. See what I'm saying? Trying to get through to this. We trying to have a good show, and then now all of a sudden, now here she come to go ruin it. Look at this. Just hey, look. Just because the Keebler Elves ended up, laying her off so she can't make those cookies no more, don't mean she got to come after me. I'm just saying.
So let me say this, guys. I think it's important to notice changes. Um, if men are feeling, and this could go for anybody, but since we're just specifically talking about men, I think you have to ask yourself if you're feeling off to get to the root of the problem. What has changed in me?
Mhm.
And not ignore it. Instead of only saying, "Nah, I'm good, I got this." Try asking yourself, what am I actually feeling? Am I angry? Am I sad, lonely, anxious, exhausted, overwhelmed? Try to name the emotion can help you begin to understand what's happening. Um, we already said it's important to be able to talk to somebody, and try to at least find one safe person that you can be honest with. We read some stats earlier saying how often men turn to other addictions as coping mechanisms when they're going through mental health issues. So some people may cope by drinking, using drugs, becoming reckless, lashing out, isolating, or burying themselves in their work. Some use relationships, sex, or distractions to avoid the way that they really feel. But distractions is not always healing. Sometimes you have to stop running long enough to ask yourself, what am I actually trying to escape? And I don't think a lot of people stop and really have even an honest assessment of themselves. And that could cause the problem to deepen, you know? The Fire of Philadelphia. Hey, how are you? Good to see you. And he says, Jesus Christ is that person. Place our anxieties on him, for he cares for us. Absolutely. That's definitely true. Sometimes people have no one else to talk to. And we're talking about having at least one person to be that safe space to talk. But what about the men that don't have that? Then what do they do? Where do they go if they don't feel like they can trust anyone to be vulnerable? So I think that's a big thing, even feeling like there's no one I can talk to at all. I know that sometimes I felt like that, even, as a woman, but, sometimes there's just, you may feel like there's no one to talk to. And then the only person you can do is talk to God. You know what I mean?
Yeah, for sure. Because there's sometimes that you can be in a room full of people. There could be some times to where you could be around your family. You can even be on this panel right now, and somehow, some way, you still can have that feeling of loneliness. Like you still can feel like no one really understands you.
Right. I understand. I think a lot of people deal with that at one point or another. Do you?
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah, absolutely do. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, me too.
It's just, yeah, it's a sad thing. It's a sad thing, but I think it's a thing that we all eventually have to go through at some point, one way or another, because I think it's it's a crossroads. It's a kind of like a reminder of no matter how successful you get, no
Mm-hmm.
matter even if you're younger, like no matter how many chicks that you bag, no matter how much money you get, no matter what type of career jobs that you've had, no matter even if you're within Christ and you have a good relationship with Christ, there will be some times too to where you will have that feeling of just loneliness, like you don't feel like nobody's able to hear you, or you don't feel like nobody's really there with you mentally or emotionally, or just not like on your level.
Yeah.
But and the reason and the reason why I'm saying that's kind of a good thing too, because it keeps you centered. It reminds you that just because you feel that way doesn't mean that you have to settle for it. Doesn't mean that you have to dwell in that. There's
Mm-hmm.
always an escape. There's always a way how you can get out of that, you know?
Right. Mm-hmm.
And
I
and there's
definitely
all and there's all, oh, go ahead, my bad, go ahead.
no, I just said I definitely agree. Keep going.
Oh yeah, yeah. And I was gonna say this last thing just to land the plane. I was gonna say like and even though you probably don't believe that there are people out here or even your family members or whatever that maybe in your mind, like they probably don't really understand you and where you're going, and as far as like what you're dealing with on a daily basis, for you to be able to stop and think and just like, man, I'm really carrying all this weight by myself. I'm really going through this all by myself. They wouldn't understand that. Why would I tell them what's going on with me? Or they wouldn't understand that because they probably would judge me because of this, that, and third. It doesn't mean that they're like a lot of people who's really in your corner is not going to try.
Mm-hmm.
They're at
Yeah.
least going to try because they care for you and they love you that much, in order for them to be able to try to understand you, to be able to try to do what they can in order to meet you halfway, to get you up out that darkness, you
Right.
know?
Right. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. I agree
Yeah,
with that. I definitely agree with that. That's a good point. 'Cause
yeah,
you never know if people really care about you. You know what I mean? They'll want to see you doing better. Hmm. I
yeah,
understand that. So that was a good point. The Fire of Philadelphia kind of gave a testimony in the chat, and he says, Jesus Christ is the truth, the way, and the life. No one comes to the Father except through him. He understands us. He says, my brother committed suicide, and I found him. My condolences. I'm so sorry to hear that.
yeah.
And
My condolences too.
he says Jesus is peace. He said I had it all. Top poker player, the women, the world essentially. But Jesus fills that void, brother. It's about getting closer to true followers of Christ. I encourage you to find true believers. I encourage everyone to find true believers. Um, I totally agree with you, and I'm very sorry about your brother and how that happened. I know that must have been devastating for you. Um, and yes, we do find peace in the Lord, and I think sometimes it's not so easy for everybody to get to that point um, where they really feel that peace. I think that is something that we definitely have to be seeking um, and really reaching into the Word and really developing our own personal relationship with Christ, because that's the only way that that's going to happen, that you're going to feel that peace from the Lord. So that's a good point. And thank you for sharing your testimony. Thank you for stopping by. Hustler, do you have something you want to add? Are you there?
Oh no, y'all done said it all. Salute to the both of you.
All right. So
Likewise, likewise.
let me ask you all this question. And Hustler, I'm gonna ask you first. So hold on one second, guys. I'm sorry. What is one message you would give to a man who feels like he has to keep everything inside?
You can only keep it inside for so long until it eventually explodes and come right out like a champagne bottle. Once it builds up, it's gonna pop. I've been through it, so I know. Just don't let it explode on the wrong kind of people. You know what I mean? But go ahead.
That was good. And what about you, Dragon?
Yeah, Hustler said it actually pretty well. There is going to be that time and that point of where you are going to only hold it in but for so long, and then it explodes. Like it just, boils over like a pot of spaghetti that's, overheating. And it's too much in the pot. But the thing about it is you want to do everything that you can to prevent it from happening. It doesn't mean that you might succeed, but at least do everything you can to mentally prep yourself for when it happens. So that way you're at least able to have some type of control over what it is that you might do.
Okay.
So my thing is just, don't suffer in silence with it. Tell whoever it is that you trust, whoever it is that has been in your corner since day one. Definitely tell the Lord, if not first, if not anything,
Right.
definitely tell him about it. But don't suffer in silence with it, because there's been a lot more people who have suffered in silence and who has actually had an early death due to the stress that they have suffered with for all this time. Don't let your pride blind you to the fact that, you're nothing but a punk, or you're nothing but weak if you have to be vulnerable to tell somebody your struggles. You never know. You could actually be a learning lesson to somebody else with whatever it is that you're dealing with. So that way the cycle doesn't continue and it doesn't repeat.
Absolutely. That was good.
Yeah.
Thank you for that.
Yeah, for sure.
That was definitely good. Do y'all think that, or let me ask you this. What are some signs that people should be aware of that a man may not be doing well mentally, even if he says he's fine? Like, what are some signs that people may need to pay attention to, that a man may be suffering from mental health issues, even if he says, "Hey, everything's okay"? Like, what are some indicators?
Yeah, I'll let Brother Hustler go.
Hustler, are you there?
I'm here.
Did you hear the question?
Repeat it, please.
What are some signs that a man may not be doing well mentally, even if he says he's fine or he's okay?
I don't know if he seems unfocused. He seems unable to do simple things he once could do with little to no effort, stuff like that. He's always wandering off. I've experienced those things myself a few times, so I understand them signs well. But that's just my opinion. Maybe it differs from person to person, but that's just my experience.
Okay, that was good. What about you, Dragon?
Yeah, same thing what he said as well. There's also irritability. Somebody, they get quick tempered over the smallest stuff, or the what could be the smallest stuff to people like us, it could mean the biggest thing to them. and they can just fly off the handle. Um, I was seeing what Fire Philadelphia said in the chat. Salute to him. He was talking about isolating himself. 100%. That's where the devil wants us. That's actually true too. Yeah, that is definitely a good point for sure. Yeah, that is definitely one half of the equation. But I believe the other half is depending on what you do with that isolation, it could actually be beneficial because some people isolate themselves to get away from those people who could be triggers, or they could be isolating themselves from people who they know that they're not no good. No, they know that they're fake, or they know that that person always causes trouble for them, so they want to stay out of that. Or if they're going to some place, higher with maybe their knowledge or their mental state or education or whatever the case is, and they don't want to drag other people into what they got going on. So there's a flip side to that, but I feel where you're coming from. That's definitely true. Isolation is another thing also.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah,
I
but usually,
I agree on both ends.
yeah, but usually, you can see it. I mean, you can definitely see it. You can tell that something's off if somebody is almost like, they're trying to make themselves look a lot bigger than what they are. If they're trying to make themselves look like, they just a ish, you know what I mean? And nobody can't tell them nothing different. You know what I mean? As far as like, if they're really like putting on more than what they should. Because there are some people who knows how to fake it till they make it. But some folks, it's kind of, you can kind of spot them. It's like, all right, this dude's doing too much. Like some ain't right with old dude. You know what I mean?
Right.
So you got stuff like that. It's all different types of stuff, that you can see for real.
Yeah, I agree with that. You guys gave some good points there. I would also add lack of motivation. Like, people stop doing some of the things they used to do. They're not motivated anymore. And of course, the Fire of Philadelphia said, if we run to Christ, it's incredible, for he sheds off the bad influences in our life. If we run to drugs or drinking, it's where the devil wants us. Great points, guys. And I agree with that too.
Absolutely.
If they start drinking heavily, start using other things that are addictions as coping mechanisms, all these different things could be red flags. Something's going on. You know what I mean?
Now, to be fair, when I'm stressed out, I don't mind having a little drink every now and then, maybe a glass of wine or something like that. But I think what he's talking about is when you decide to drink and smoke your problems away. Exactly. That can be a bit of a problem. That's a problem, right there.
That's different than being sloppy drunk every day. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. Having a drink every now and then getting sloppy drunk just to cope, that's different.
Yeah, being dependent on it.
Correct.
Yeah.
That's the thing. And I just wanted to touch on the isolation thing because I think that was a really good point that you and Fear of Philadelphia made, that isolation could be a good and a bad thing. Because if you're isolating away from people that care about you and have your best interest, because you're going through something, then that could definitely be a bad thing when you have people that you could go to and you have people that you could talk to that could try to help you get through it. But if you're isolating yourself from, let's say, the wrong things or the wrong environment, you're trying to better yourself. Because I think as believers, a lot of time we go through a period of solitude to get closer to Christ, to really get into and to study, to get more aware of our purpose, to really go down that journey of our spirituality. So if it's that type of thing, I understand. But if it's you're so depressed, you're so angry, you're dealing with so much trauma that you're isolating yourself from the people who really do love you and want to see the best for you, I think that point it becomes a problem.
Yeah, 1,000%.
Yeah.
Mhm.
So I definitely
I
think
agree.
you guys gave good points there. And the fire says it can be anything without self-control. Correct. Lust, gambling, drinking, drugs, non-righteous anger. Correct. Now that's a good one. Depression, binging Netflix shows, and dilly-dallying with your life. Yeah, I agree. Those are good
Hey,
points.
for the record, I binge watch Netflix shows every now and then too, so don't sleep on that.
But you don't make it your whole life. Like,
Oh hell no, no way, ma'am, no way.
mhm. And he said 100% true, getting into the word. Yeah, because even for me, I know this is about men, but I'll just say this because it's my channel. That I had a period of, solitude where I was really getting into the word before I came to the realization that, okay, this is what I need to be doing. This is what God wants me to do. You know what I mean? Encouraging
Mhm.
people and everything. And I had to separate how I was before and the environments and the people that, were no good for me and different things so that I could draw closer to the Lord. You know what I mean? So I think those, it's different type of isolation. hmm But I think those are very good points that you guys said there. Let me ask you guys this. Do you think that therapy and counseling are still stigmatized amongst men as much as it used to? Do you think it's gotten better and more men are willing to seek professional help if they're going through something that they can't handle?
Well, me personally, I don't. Well, this is just my opinion.
Uh-huh.
I personally don't think I need therapy. I mean, if I need it, I'm not going to admit it out loud, but I'll do it anyway just to get it over with and see if it works. But that's just me.
Okay.
Maybe the gentleman next to me feels differently, but go ahead.
Well, Hudson, let me ask you this before we Dragon answers the question. Do you think that it's better, not just for you personally, but just as men in general? Do you think more men are more apt to seek help, mental health now than they used to be, let's say 20, 30 years ago?
Honestly, I don't know. I mean, what's changed since then?
Okay. All right. What about you, Dragon? What do you think?
I was going to say personally, I believe that a lot more men are more willing to get the help that they need now more than ever, and especially since there's a lot more apps that's out here that has it to where if you need any type of self-help or if you need any type of therapist to talk to, licensed therapist to talk to, that you could talk to them from your phone instead of having to really like book an appointment and do it the old-fashioned way and having to go to the office to go see them and pay however much money you have to for an hour just to talk to them and have sessions with them.
Right.
Because we see, because we see it on YouTube, majority of the time, where they have different ads of where you're able to, download the app off the Play Store and you're able to, talk to a licensed therapist and things of that nature. And that's helped tremendously. Like I've heard that there's been like thousands of people, like maybe hundreds of thousands, if so, maybe about millions or something like that, that has actually downloaded these apps. Not just the one, but it's just multiple apps that they have
Mhm.
of people who really need help, who really wants to seek help and wants to talk to therapists for what's going on. I remember they did have, even back in the early 90s to like maybe the 2000s, 2010, something like that, to where they used to have like the self-deletion hotline. You guys remember that?
Yeah, there still is. Matter of fact, I'm gonna give that on the show before I close. Mm-hmm.
Oh, so they, okay. So yeah, I remember they did have that, you know, at one point in time, where there was licensed therapists, you know, and counselors or whatever that was on the other end. If people felt that they were on the trajectory to get to that point, you
And
know,
matter of
so go
And
ahead.
not to cut
Yeah.
you off, but matter of fact, since you mentioned it, I'll just say it's as easy now as just calling or texting 988 on your cell phone. You don't have
Hey,
to even, dial a whole number. They have it now set up where if you are having thoughts of self deletion, you can dial
mhm.
988 on your phone if you're in the United States. It's not the police, and they are not allowed to share what you are saying with anyone unless someone's life is in immediate danger. But if you need to talk to somebody, you are having these thoughts, you can just simply dial 988 from your cell phone or text it. Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
So
see, there
good
you
point,
go.
Jack.
Yeah. Yeah. So I believe, yeah, nowadays, yeah, it's a lot more easier. People nowadays have one in the head, and they've been more aware of it, to where you don't have to have that type of pride to where it's like you feel worthless or less than. It's just like now it's more acceptable. Now it's to a point of where it's just like, man, I went through too much. Maybe I do need to go ahead and seek some help. Maybe this might be able to help me. Maybe this might be my last chance to get this done. Let's see what happens, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Because we're in the information, we're in the age of information as it is. So,
I agree.
you know, yeah, if anything, just the best time for it. So I like it. I like it a
Yeah,
lot.
I agree. There's always ways. And like you said, people don't even have to leave their house anymore. They can have a
Hmm.
virtual visit with someone
Yeah.
online, and which can make you feel more comfortable speaking to
Not
someone
for
in the
me.
privacy of your own home. Really?
Not for me. That virtual stuff don't cut it for me. I like to meet people up close and personal, establish a better connection that way. Just saying.
Yeah.
Hmm. Yeah,
Yeah,
and
I
I
agree.
understand that, but there's mean. So if you feel comfortable going in office versus someone who may not feel comfortable, everyone has an option, you know. And what works
Hmm.
for one might not
Yep.
work for another. So I definitely agree. It depends on the person. And the fire says his word brings a peace that goes beyond all understanding. Absolutely. Guarding that peace is
Yeah.
important. Keeping fellow believers close who can speak out too. It's therapy to speak out to fellow believers. Yeah, and that's definitely a good way of doing things as well. Um, if you are a believer and other believers that you could talk to, and you can really get into some things. Like earlier, I gave examples of men in the Bible that even went through different things that men still suffer through today, different emotional problems and things like that. So it's good to have a group or at least a few people that you could talk to about the word, people that you can confide in. So I agree with that. And he says we are in the last days. The weather shows how many have become lovers of self with social media. Man is becoming increasingly more evil by the day. Keep the armor of God on. The birth pains begin. And he also says The great and dreadful day is close. Can't wait to see him in the clouds. I may not know the day or the hour, but the weather says he is close. Luke 21:25 through 27 warns us of this weather. And thank you for your input, The Fire. I appreciate you being here. So I'm not going to stay on for too much longer, guys, but I want to ask you guys a few more things so that, you know, people that are listening now, people that listen later, people that play this back, can get some insight. Let me ask you guys this. What is one thing you wish more people understood about men's mental health?
That it happens more often than people like to admit. It ain't just, it's not gender specific. Like I said, we're all human and we all got issues. Stop with that old men just need to man up, grow up, and all that kind of stuff. Well, maybe they do and start crying over dumb stuff. But we all got feelings. That's what I think needs to change. But that's just my opinion.
I agree with that. What about you, Dragon? You want me to repeat the question?
No, I got it. I'm trying to sound a little bit profound here, so
do your big
see
one.
how I can do this. Oh, you said what? I hope you're not starting like V now, because I might have to get on you too. Come on now. No, that's good. No, but I was going to say men's mental health, in my humble opinion, should be more so throughout the year, not the month. Because every day men has to go through their mental health for as long as they're living. Health is wealth. Everything starts pretty much in the mind.
Yeah.
And what we're dealing with now is the battlefield of the mind. So what my man was talking about here, Fire of Philadelphia, and shout out to him again, you know, when it comes to the lust, and when it comes to the isolation, when it comes to the dependency of drugs and all this other stuff, we got to deal with that on a daily basis. What we've built to where we're at now, what God has blessed us with up to this point, with our careers, our families, you know, the funds and the financial stability that we have, the knowledge that we have obtained, our relationship with Christ that we have, all of this other stuff could literally shatter with whatever type of choice or decision that we make. And I mean, because with Christ, that's a little bit different. I mean, because, you know, once you build up your foundation with Christ, I mean, you can never be separated from him unless if you know, completely denounce him and all that other stuff. But everything else is just, all of that could shatter. It could break. All of that could pretty much just like poof, just vanish if you make the wrong choices and decisions and you be selfish for how it is that you feel, what it is that you know, don't feel like going through anymore. You don't feel like hurting anymore. You don't feel like whatever it is that you're feeling, and you just want everything just to stop, just to cease. I mean, and that's why I said mental health is a continual thing, because it's health.
Right.
While you're still alive, that health is still going to be there. You're still going to have to worry about your health. You're still going to have to do what it is that you can to stay on top of your health, mentally, physically, spiritually, in all areas, you know. So Yeah, just for me, like I just want people to know, and I want them to realize that men's mental health is a real thing that should not be taken lightly at all. Because we've seen the cases already. We've seen the stories of people, that have lost it all. Lost their family, lost their money, lost their lives, and whatever else. It's a serious thing. It's not to be played with. But
I
the thing
agree.
is, how bad do you want to stay in the fight?
Mm,
How bad do you want it? How bad do you want to overcome all of the stuff that's trying to oppress you? All of the stuff that's trying to hold you down and to pretty much, keep you in that stronghold.
right. That's
You know, how,
good.
how, how bad you want it. That's the thing about it.
That's good. And then I don't know why I just thought about that, but while you were speaking, I thought it's another indicator that a man is going through some things that he just stops taking care of himself. Like he stops shaving, he stops,
Yep.
putting it on, he stops, you know what I mean? All these
Yep.
things, and then he's just not taking care of his appearance anymore, or even his
Yep.
body, you know what I mean? Stops going to the gym, let yourself go and things like that. You know what I mean?
Yeah. hmm
So yeah, I think that's a good point. Those were good points that you guys made. And the fire says the best example for men to confess our sins in regards to corn. It's a huge struggle today. Corn loses its power over men when we confess it out loud to God and other men who believe around you. So let me ask y'all that since he's touched on that. Let me ask y'all, do you think that um, lust can play a big part of, or let's not even say lust, let's say being addicted to corn could be a big part of um, men finding a coping mechanism to deal with mental health, like that type of addiction?
Yeah, I'll let Brother Hustle go. He can go.
Hustler, are you there?
I'm here.
Did you hear the question?
No, not this time. What was it?
Hustler, you need to start listening now.
Yes, ma'am. I'm
I
all over the
said,
place today. And I had a little something to drink, so forgive me.
okay, so do you think that um, a corn addiction is another indicator that a man is going through different mental health issues? If he's using that as an addiction, I guess a way to cope with life is always, I don't mean watching it every now and then, but like a constant thing, like an addiction.
I mean, either that or he ain't getting no action in real life. I don't know. Because to be fair, yes, I watched corn a lot less for the last 10 years than I did when I was like in my teens and 20s. So
Right.
I had no addiction to it, but that sounds like a man that just can't get a woman in real life. We got to watch it that doggone much. I'm like, so that may be a different scenario. He
Maybe.
just ain't got no woman in his life. I don't know.
Yeah, but it's one thing to watch. I would think it's one thing to watch it every now and then, but if it becomes an addiction, like the same way someone would be addicted to alcohol or drugs, like they have to watch corn every day. You know what I mean?
Okay, that's not cool.
Black P Stone says some are less fortunate than others. That is true, but still, even if you're not, being intimate on a regular basis, if your whole life just revolves around watching corn, then it becomes an addiction. That's a problem. I would think so, anyways. Just like if somebody's gambling away their mortgage, that they have a gambling problem. You know what I mean?
Could be.
Mhm.
You got a mortgage to pay. Okay, that's a real problem. You're financially irresponsible. That's not cool. And that's another thing. If someone started off financially responsible, but then they start slipping up on their bills and all this kind of stuff, that could be a sign right there.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's fact.
Yeah. And the fire says, it can get bigger and bigger. It never stays little. And that's with any addiction, I think. You know, somebody could take a few drinks one day, take a few more the next day, and then the next thing you know, they're drinking every day. You know what I mean? All day.
Hmm.
To the point where, you don't see them anymore if they're not having a drink. That's a problem. And it could be the same way with porn. It could be the same way with gambling. Someone's always gambling their life away. The same thing with, drugs, whatever it is, definitely. Or even, let's say, if it's not porn, it could just be it could be their whole lifestyle. You know what I mean? Because
Yeah.
people do have sex addictions. And Black P Stone says self-control is a must.
It is.
Hmm.
It is.
Absolutely.
Mm-hmm. Yep. And the fire says Samson is a fantastic example of that. That's true.
Hmm.
Yep, that is true.
Like I said, I watch it a lot less now than I did. I watched it a lot less for the last 10 years than I did 15, 20 years ago. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. So, I think there's just so many different things that people deal with and use as a coping mechanism to mask something else.
Yeah.
P-Zone says the corn can lead to messing with lot lizards, contracting the Magic Johnson. Oh my God.
Oh gosh.
I mean, he's not lying though. On the brighter spectrum of the whole thing is, well, I don't know about the brighter, but the bigger spectrum is, you can go out here and have these behaviors, and you never know what you're going to end up with. And not only that, but you're exchanging different things with different people. So I think it's something to think about. When we think of addiction, we just think of a few things. Sometimes we don't think of the bigger picture, that there's a variety of things that people could be addicted to.
Hmm.
And the fire says, a living life turning away from God, yet his grace is still shown on Samson when he said, remember me, God. His grace is truly breathtaking on us. Amen. Thank you, Jesus. Yeah, that's a good point.
Amen. Yeah.
And Black P Stone
Absolutely.
says we got to keep it 100. Yeah, he's right. You just never know what you're going to end up with. And if you have that type of addiction, I mean, it can get more and more where you might be willing to lay down with anything. So I get his point. And I get his point. And the fire also said Jesus took marriage very seriously. This is why he tells us to flee from sexual immorality outside of marriage. Solomon, Samson, David all fell to lust by not fleeing. These were men of God. It's wild, right? Yeah, that's true.
Hmm.
That's very true.
Oh yeah.
So I am going to ask you guys one more question in closing, and I want you guys to give your opinions on this. So if you can give me one thing or a few things Well, I guess I have two more questions. Okay, so what do you think men are carrying that they don't always feel safe enough to talk about?
That's a tough, honestly.
I believe they're carrying all different, types of trauma. Oh, there's, traumatic childhood trauma. It could be, trauma from, being a teenager, trauma being an adult, from being in situations that they shouldn't have been in the first place, or situations that they had no choice but to be a part of. They could be carrying spiritual trauma. Maybe there could have been, different types of spirits that they've dealt with. Different, demonic entities. I mean, it could be the world trauma, that always, watching your back and being worried because of, things that's going on in this world, as far as like people getting robbed or people getting carjacked or, people getting jumped and all this other stuff. People carry even just, their day-to-day lives. I mean, like that's a part of trauma to an extent. I mean, because there's so much stuff that you have to deal with within your day, depending on who it is that you are. And that could be overwhelming. That could be to a point of where people can, they could be to a point of where they don't know how to handle that. They could be to a point of where that could be a form of a traumatic experience to them that they carry along with them. Emotions, way heavy. That's another thing they can carry. It's a lot of baggage. It's a lot of baggage, and especially when you have a lot of responsibility too. That's a lot of where the ownership is when it comes to what they bring with them and what they carry with them on a day-to-day basis, wherever it is that they may go. So,
Right.
it's a lot. It's a lot.
That's a good answer. What about you? Welcome back, Zone. What about you, Hustler? What do you think men are carrying that they don't always feel safe enough to talk about?
I don't know. Maybe it's their own personal issues and their own personal struggles. That's a tough one.
Is that your final answer?
Maybe it's whatever mess that they're going through on a regular basis, because we can't express ourselves like that because we'll get labeled. Yeah, that's my final answer.
Okay. What about you, Zone? Did you hear the question?
No, I didn't hear the question, but can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay. Yeah, I just wanted to chime in right quick on because I'm on this long back country road, so I can't be on for too long. But
Okay,
I
go
just
ahead.
wanted to chime in about like the whole, the corn. Y'all was talking about the corn and all that. So here's how I look at it, right? Especially to the young men, like 25 and under, right? So a lot of things that are acceptable today, at one point in time, it was, taboo to be like, oh, yo, I'm a OF model, or, oh yeah, I do look at corn. Like, it used to kind of like be embarrassing, or, like you would kind of get shamed for that type of public behavior, right?
Mm-hmm.
But this is what I would say to young men. If it gets in the way of your priorities and your responsibilities, if it takes time and effort, and it lowers your performance as far as you being able to perform the effort that you need to put in for your responsibilities, priorities, then maybe you probably should leave it alone. So in other words, if you're watching corn and it's causing you not to perform, with your wife or your girlfriend, maybe you might need to leave that alone.
Yeah.
If you used to be a person that had good finances and you start gambling or you start betting, on a lot of these sports sites, and it gets in the way of you being able to, prioritize your finances and use your finances responsibly, you probably should leave that alone. So basically, anything that gets in the way of you being able to do your job, I'm not talking about like corporate job. I mean like your job as a man, your duty as a man. If it's taking it, because you're going to need all your life, you're going to need almost basically all your life to put all your life energy to put into your goals to be able to live a successful life and raise a family and take care of a wife. So basically, in a nutshell, any type of like guilty pleasure that takes away from your performance and your time, away from your duty, responsibilities, priority, you should probably either minimize it to a very minimum or just completely leave it alone. So, because guys will be like, oh, it's not a problem, I can still do X, Y, and Z. But if you look at it from a logical, rational perspective, if it's taking away something and in a place where you have priority and responsibility, that's how you know it's a problem. So I just wanted to put that little bit of wisdom out there for, the young men in general, but the younger men, 25 and under, in case they run into a situation where they think that they're fine, but they're really not fine. And I'm going to land the plane.
That was a good point, Zone. Thank you for giving that piece of wisdom. I totally agree. Anything that's getting in the way of your normal responsibilities, you may want to let go. Great point, Zone.
Absolutely. All right, I'm going to be in the chat.
Okay, thank you.
All right, peace.
All right. So I'm going to ask you guys one more question, and I'm going to wrap it up. This has been a good live, and I thank you all for your input. Zone and Dragon and Hustler and the lady that came up earlier, Muddy, and the chat participation. I really appreciate you, all of you. So let me ask you guys this. Oh, hold on one second, guys. Do you think men recognize, in general, do you think they recognize when they are overwhelmed mentally or emotionally? Do you think for the most part men just think it is what it is, I'll get through it? Or do you think men actually stop and ask themselves the real question, like, why am I feeling this way?
Well, me, I just think I'll get through it somehow, come hell or high water, in my opinion.
Okay. Do you think most men feel that way? Hustler?
A lot of men I know from around the way, yeah. Like I said, they'd be going through some stuff and you wouldn't even know it. I mean, I can understand it's a time and place for everything, like at work or at school. Like I said, I had a soldier in the military who committed self-deletion. We didn't know what the hell he was going through. So yeah, they just we just kind of cover it up, and that's it.
Right. Okay, same question, Dragon. What do you think?
Yeah, I believe so. I'm trying to see if I can gather my thoughts with how I want to say this.
Yeah, take your time.
I don't want to take too much though, because then I ain't gonna be able to. I ain't gonna be able to get it as thorough as I want. You know what I mean? Okay, repeat it to me one more time, because then it'll kind of jog what I want to say correctly, if you can, please.
Okay, I'm gonna ask you and give you a minute to think. I'm gonna play my minute ad.
Oh,
So-
Lord, here we go.
The question is, do you think men recognize when they are mentally or emotionally overwhelmed? And I'm gonna give you a minute to answer. Custom Gyms is a creative media and visual production service designed to bring your ideals to life with originality, quality, and purpose. Whether you need custom intros, outros, jingles, beats, short films, business ads, promotional videos, logos, social media content, or personalized celebration videos, Custom Gyms helps turn your vision into something powerful and memorable. We create content for birthdays, graduations, Valentine's Day, Christmas, holidays, family events, special occasions, business promotions, and more. Services also include picture and video refinement, creative consulting, songwriting in any genre, custom music, branding ideas, and visual storytelling for individuals, creators, families, and businesses. For personal moments to professional projects, Custom Gyms is here to help you shine. If you have a vision, let's bring it to life with Custom Gyms. For inquiries or custom orders, contact Instagram fear.nomortalsg and email fearnomortalsparlay@gmail.com. Custom Gyms is a creative media and visual production service designed to bring your ideals to life with originality, quality, and purpose. Whether you need custom intros, outros, jingles, beats, short films. All right. Sorry, guys. I had it on loop. But yeah, if
It's
you need
all good. I do my own custom intros anyway, but I appreciate the advertisement. Just saying.
Yeah,
I do a lot more than that. But go ahead, Dragon.
Okay, you kind of surprised me on that one. That was kind of lit. I'm not gonna hold you. I like the advertisement.
Thank
you. You're doing your thing. I see you in these streets. I see you.
Yeah.
I appreciate that. Love you.
Yeah. Love you too. Love you too. Salute to y'all both. But now to what you was talking about, the question that you asked, I believe that men, a lot of them, I don't believe they really understand it in real time of how overwhelmed they can be until they arrived at the overwhelming point. Because I believe that they soldier through what it is that they deal with. And, just like we talked about before, as far as them suffering in silence, I mean, that's what they do. They carry the load. They just carry on, and, they don't think nothing of what goes on. Big traumatic instances and situations can occur, like a breakup, a loss of a loved one, a loss of a job, anything that has to deal really with a loss. I mean, some people, they'll probably, White Pete Stone almost got me distracted over this comment. But regardless of that, anything that's of a loss, I mean, guys, they'll, depending on how great the loss is, like some of them, they'll break down, and, they don't know where to go from there. Other people, they'll probably, end up coping. Just like, they was talking about as far as the corn and, the drugs and everything else, they'll cope. So just the overwhelming part in general, to me, I believe that a lot of people don't really, or a lot of guys, they really don't realize it in real time until the overwhelming point comes.
Right.
Yeah.
I get what you're saying. Yeah, I agree with that, and that was a good point. Hey Bernice, thank you for stopping by. They said, I feel like in these days men are conditioned to be strong and strong-minded, so I feel like they conditioned to just get through it. And I think that's what both of y'all pretty much said, that they're just in a condition to, until it gets so bad that you have to deal with it. So I can agree with that as well. So what is y'all last bit? Let me check the chat. I know I'm behind, and I think, hold on one second, y'all. Okay, so I'm a few comments behind. I don't know why this thing be right there. Okay, I got it. And Black Pete Stone says some do have the courage to confess. I'm not familiar with David Wolf, but I will check out his story. The Fire said Russian did the same thing. He confessed being SA'd as a kid. It breaks the chains on people. Wait, I think he had a comment before that. Hold on. Okay. He said, but they should confess it, brother. It loses its grip on them. David Wood is a great example of this. He confessed his SA live in front of thousands of people. Was an amazing testimony. Okay, and so that what he said. Russian did the same. He confessed being SA as a kid. It breaks the chains on people. Okay, and he also said he's a Christian apologist. Him and Russian are both on YouTube. Another great apologetic is God Logic. Oh, I watch God Logic all the time. So yeah, I don't know about the other two, but I do watch God Logic. He's awesome to me. I was watching him earlier today. And he says, pleasure speaking with all of you brothers and sisters in Christ. You too. Thank you for stopping by. Yeah. I don't know if he's still in here, but I appreciate your commentary. It was very good and insightful.
Absolutely.
And Black Pete Stone says, I think that helps others who don't have a voice and helps them see they're not allowed or they're not alone. Okay. Yeah, I was way behind. And then V said, yes, once the bubble done popped, I'm not for sure what you was talking about, sis. You might want to enlighten us in the comments. And Black Pete Stone said, Dragon, you stay true to LeBron with that Cleveland gear. All right now.
Oh, gosh. I'm staying true to the Cleveland gear, not to LeBron. This was before that. This is before that. So
Not before that.
yeah.
All right. So, let me ask you guys one last question to wrap this all up. What is one message you would give to a man who feels like he has to keep everything inside? Or what is your last message in general that you want to give to anybody that may be suffering in silence? Oh, hold on 1 second, Dragon. She says, I was talking about holding stuff in until they blow. The fire said she was talking about a man being overwhelmed and popping like a bubble. Okay, because I wasn't sure where.
Been there, done that.
Yeah, yeah, good point. Okay, go ahead. What is the last bit of advice you would give or say to a man who's struggling in silence?
Which one want to take this one? You want to take it, or you want me to take it?
I think I will, since I missed most of the questions. Last advice I would give to someone who's struggling. Well, I'm gonna say get through it. If it's something you feel like you can work out on your own, by all means, go for it. Well, you got something really going on, man. Feel free to express it to those you know you can trust and those closest to you. Because let's be honest here, everybody ain't your damn friends. Everybody ain't your brother. Everybody ain't your sister. So you really got to be careful who you share this information with. Me personally, I don't share a doggone thing with anybody. But hey, I'm a selfish little bastard, so don't get mad at me. But anyway, I may feel differently about this whole thing. But be careful who you share, who you open up to. Just saying. But go ahead.
Well, thank you for that last bit. I do agree you need to be careful who you speak to, but I do think that everybody needs somebody. And the fire did say confess it out loud to God so you can stop suffering. So if you don't have anybody, you know, and actually maybe the first person you would want to talk to is the Lord, and try to find somebody else that is reliable or safe to talk to, somebody trustworthy. Hustler, I thank you so much for coming up. You gave great input. So I really appreciate you for coming up today.
As always. Anything for you, my lady. Anything for you.
Thank you. And go ahead, Hustler.
Now, I was just saying, check out my latest AI generated videos first chance you get. I have more coming, but it may be a while.
All right. Y'all check out Hustler. I appreciate you coming up. V, if you're still here, could you put Hustler's Hustler write something in the chat so she can click on you and tag your channel. Thank you so much. All right. So last question for you then, Dragon. Same thing. What is a bit of advice that you would give to a man that's suffering in silence?
Oh man.
It could be one thing or it could be a few things, whatever you want to say.
Okay, yeah, Hustler pretty much put everything in perspective, really. But what I'd say, yeah, is just don't ever feel like you don't need to tell anybody exactly what it is that you're going through if it is a serious matter, it's a serious case that's beyond you. If you do feel the need, like to where you believe you can handle it, just like what Hustler said too, I mean, then handle it as a man should. Handle it like how you would handle it. But if you make your pros and cons list, and if the cons outweigh the pros, then never get to a point of where you feel like you have to handle it in a way to where it could jeopardize your future. It could jeopardize your freedom. It could jeopardize your well-being and your livelihood. That could take you away from the people that matter the most. That could take you away from everyone else that really loves and that cares about you.
Mm-hmm.
We all in this life, we need help. We need help. There's nothing wrong with asking for help. There's nothing wrong with being vulnerable. There's nothing wrong with, putting your guards down. You don't have to be strong 24/7. There's no way possible. Nobody in this life can do that. So just like you said, seek Christ first. If you believe in Christ, you believe in Jesus, you believe that he is the comforter to all of your troubles, that he's the person that you're supposed to cast all of your cares unto, then believe in him to do that for you. But if not, if there's nobody that's out here, if Christ is not your first option, at least go to somebody who cares. At least go to your family, go to your real family, your real friends, people who really do care, or find resources, because Google's always out here. People go to Google for everything. People, they go to all these different search engines and stuff. Just look up different types of things, even on YouTube. You can go to YouTube or here, and you can just try to figure out alternatives and ways how you can get out of certain things, or how you can be able to be a living testimony, a living witness to somebody else for what it is that you've went through. You know what I mean? Just by doing what you had to do to get the help that you needed first,
Absolutely.
So yeah, just don't be afraid to do what it is that you have to do in order to be able to get through what you're dealing with, and don't ever get to a point to where you give up. Don't ever give up.
Mm-hmm.
Keep fighting, keep going, keep staying alive. That's where your true power is. Keep going. You got this. This is a marathon. It's not a sprint. It's a marathon. Keep going. It continues.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. That was wonderful advice. I really appreciate you coming up as well, Dragon. You definitely dropped some gems. I appreciate the input.
Yeah.
And you guys really, Dragon, Hustler, Zone, you really all made the live good with your input, because I can give the information and I can give the stats, but I am not a man. So I really appreciate you all coming up and talking about men's mental health. And I appreciate everybody in the chat as well. And Black Peastone says, we're all human and bleed the same, have no fear of a mortal, but fear the immortal. Yep. I agree. Totally agree. And the fire says, don't trust your feelings. Trust Christ and the identity you have in Christ. You are a child of God. That identity is everything. Trust Christ, not feelings. I totally agree with that as well. He says,
deep.
Amen, brother. Mm-hmm.
Trust Christ, not your feelings. Okay.
Yep,
Facts.
absolutely. And V said so much wisdom in this live. Yes, this was wonderful. I really appreciate it. Any last words you guys want to give? Any last thoughts on the whole thing, or just anything you want to say before I drop you guys down and close?
Well, just want to say good show as always. I know it's been a while since I've been on your panels, Fear No Mortals, but I didn't forget all about you.
I appreciate you coming up. I know I haven't been to your show in a while either, but really I just started coming back on YouTube, so
Yeah.
I try to check out your videos.
Of course. I mean, even if I don't go live, I will do some AI generated shorts. I know you saw the last two I put up there, right?
I did, and I like the last one, especially the way you made it into a story. I'm all about making the story, so I really like the way you did that one.
Yeah, that's what I'm gonna start doing. Instead of just doing music videos for the character, I'm gonna start putting them into some short scenarios that lead into a music video, kind of like what we had back in the day, where you have music videos, but it's like a story in between there during the song or whatever.
Yeah, that's what I try to do with mine too sometimes. So I really think that was a good idea how they went into TV land. So that was creative. That was cute.
Yeah, it really was. I'm taking y'all back to. I'm doing it old school. Taking y'all back to the good old days where you had a R&B song or a rap song with a little bit of storytelling in between there, like some scenario.
Yeah. Yeah. That is so true. All right, and Dragon, do you have any last words you want to say about anything?
Oh yeah, absolutely. You know, I'm not one that minces words, so just wanted to shout out to you. Shout out to, you know, my partner in crime, Miss Fear No Mortals herself, for the dope live. Shout out to my brother Hustler Musler. It's an honor and a pleasure to be able to share the panel with you once again, my brother. Shout out to the chat. Oh yeah, for sure. You know that. But yeah, shout out to the chat. Shout out to everybody that's in the cloud. Shout out to all my brother Zone that came up too, you know, put his input, and then shout out to the sister that came up too and that shared her story as well. Just shout out to the whole entire Gym Army. Shout out to everybody, man. This is a very dope. You said what?
The Diamond Builders.
The Diamond Builders, excuse me. I tried to put my own spin off to it, but you just ruined it. But that's okay. Thank you. The Diamond Builders. We'll go with that. Okay, Diamond Builders. But shout out, shout out and salute.
Get it right.
Yeah. Hey, okay, I will definitely make that mental note. I got it right. Okay, Diamond Builders. I got you. But yeah, shout out to everybody. This is a dope discussion, man. Yeah, men's mental health is extremely important, like I said before, man, and we got to get on the ball. We got to do what we can in order to make sure that we continue to strive for greatness in all areas of our lives. And then mentally is where it starts, and that's where we need to hold the line. And we can only hold the line as long as Christ is with us to be able to navigate us through to where it is that he wants us to go to.
Amen.
So yeah, so that's my spill on it, man. Everybody have a great night. Enjoy the rest of y'all's weekend, man, and don't do anything that I wouldn't do.
Exactly.
What wouldn't you do?
Oh boy, it's almost after 1 o'clock in the morning, so I'm gonna just leave it right there.
And
Yeah.
Dragon, check your Discord.
Oh, okay. All right. I'm already on it right now too. Okay.
All right. So I just want to say this before y'all drop down. To every man who has been carrying something in silence, you are allowed to talk. You are allowed to feel. You are allowed to cry. You are allowed to say, I don't know what I'm doing right now. You are allowed to need help. You are allowed to admit that you are tired. You are allowed to be strong and still have a soft place in your heart. You are allowed to be a provider and still need somebody to provide emotional support for you. You are allowed to be the person everybody depends on and still need someone to remind you that you don't have to carry everything alone. Your emotions do not make you weak. Your tears do not make you weak. Asking for help does not make you weak. And suffering in silence is not the only way to prove that you are strong. The goal is not to pretend that you never struggle. The goal is to recognize when you are struggling, be honest about it, and take the necessary steps to get help before the pain takes you somewhere you never intended for it to go. And so, on that note, I appreciate you guys again. Thank you so much, Zone. The Lady Muddy that came up earlier. You guys were a big part of, making this live stream great. All your input mattered, and I really appreciate you all. I love you all. Thanks for coming up, guys. I'm going to say my prayer and close.
Shout out to you, my lady. Shout out to you. Good night.
Good
Stay
night.
right.
Yeah, likewise. Good night, everybody. Y'all
All
be easy.
right. All right, y'all. So this was a good live stream. I think the information was important. Getting the men's perspective was very important in this matter. So I'm going to close out with prayer. So, Father God, we come before you tonight with grateful hearts. We thank you for allowing us to have an honest conversation and for reminding us that no one has to walk through life alone. Lord, I pray for everyone who is struggling mentally, emotionally, or silently carrying something that they are not able to talk about. Surround them with the right support. Give them someone they can trust, someone who will listen, understand, and encourage them without judgment, Lord. Help us to recognize when we need help and give us the courage to reach out. Help us to understand one another better and to be more compassionate towards the battles people may be fighting that we cannot see. And Lord, strengthen our faith. When we feel overwhelmed, remind us that we are not forgotten and that we do not have to carry everything by ourselves. Give us peace, strength, wisdom, and the courage to keep going one day at a time. Continue to cover everyone listening. Protect their minds, their hearts, and their well-being. And help us to be a source of support and encouragement for one another. I thank you, Lord. In the mighty name of Jesus, amen. And on that note, guys, I just want to let you all know that if you're going through something, make sure you reach out. Again, the self-deletion prevention line is 988. You can dial that from any phone. It's 988. You can even text the number. If for some reason you can't do that, the full number is 1-800-273-8255. Again, that's 1-800-273-8255. A man can be quiet and still be falling apart. Sometimes the strongest thing a man can say is, I need help. That's not weakness, that's awareness. So don't wait for everything to explode. Pay attention to the warning signs. Constant anger, isolation, loss of interest, constant exhaustion, substance abuse, other addictions, sleeping too much or sleeping too little, feeling hopeless, constant anxiety, becoming emotionally numb, feeling like nobody would care if they disappeared. When something changes, please pay attention. And you never know when God is using someone to help you. So when you're thinking that you don't need anybody, just know that you have the Lord. God can also answer a prayer through a person. It could be a friend, a pastor, a mentor, a counselor, a therapist, a support group, a family member. Seeking professional help doesn't mean you don't trust God. You can pray and seek help. You can believe God and talk to a counselor. Anything to not let the mental health issues explode. You can trust God and take care of your mental health. So I just want you all to know that. And because God cannot lie, we can trust what he says. And because we can trust God, we do not have to hide our pain from him. God never promised that we would not experience any pressure, y'all. But he promised that we would not have to face life without him. And when your mind is under pressure, you need something stronger than your emotions to anchor you. Hope becomes an anchor for the soul, not a denial of pain, an anchor in the middle of pain. So, men, you don't have to pretend like everything is okay if it's not. You don't have to carry everything alone. You do not have to be ashamed of needing help. David cried. Elijah became exhausted. Moses became overwhelmed. Job grieved. Jesus wept. And none of them became less valuable because they experienced pain. God is not a man that he should lie. So if God said he is with you, believe that he is with you, even when your mind is struggling to believe that. You're not alone. You may be overwhelmed, but your struggle does not cancel your purpose. So again, thanks everybody who participated tonight. Everybody who joined the conversation, shared in the chat, left comments, and especially everyone who came on the panel with their thoughts. I truly appreciate each and every last one of you. And here we're trying to create a safe space where we can have real conversations. If you enjoy the stream and you would like to support the channel on the back end, you can always leave a super thanks. Every bit of support is appreciated and helps continue building the community. But most importantly, I want you to remember this. Find somebody you can pray with. Find somebody who will listen without judgment. And if you don't have anybody, I'm always open. If you need to talk to me, you can reach out to me on IG or even through the YouTube chat. I may not have every answer, but I'm willing to listen, and I will continue to pray for each and every last one of you. I'm praying for everyone and their mental health journey. I'm praying for your peace, your strength, your healing, and your overall well-being. And as always, y'all, remember, fear nothing and no one but God. God gives his hardest battles to his toughest soldiers. Stay in faith, keep going, and don't be afraid to reach out if you need support. Until next time, diamond builders, keep building your diamond and keep helping build the diamonds around you. I love you all, and on that version, let me see what y'all said in the chat. Oh, you are late, Dragon. I didn't even realize that was UV to an hour in. That's worse than the time you tapped me on the back of the leg and I turned around and didn't see you till I looked down. I'm not dealing with this. And the fire said, my Discord is always open if anyone needs to let it out. That's big. So, as you guys see, there is support. If you want to reach out to the fire, he has a Discord also. I appreciate each and every last one of you. I love you. Bye. God bless. Thanks for tuning in, Diamond Builders. I hope today's message gave you some encouragement and strength for your journey. Remember, stay in faith, stay in prayer, and study to show yourself approved. Be the light and let others see you shine. Keep building your diamond, and don't forget to build other diamonds along the way. Until next time, Stay strong, stay faithful, and keep shining bright.
Yeah. Head underwater in a world full of noise. Demons in the mirror, still hearing their voice. I try fast money, try pride, try pain. Every shortcut promised life left me in chains. I was chasing my worth in the streets and the fame, but the shine never filled up the holes in my name. I was drowning in doubts, couldn't see through the fog till I hit my knees and cried out to God when the pressure got heavy and the night got long. Only one truth kept me standing strong.
Deep dive in His mercy, deep dive in His grace, deep dive in His grace. The kind that can't be erased.
Deep dive in His love,
deep dive in salvation, deep dive in a peace that only comes from within. Deep dive in a peace that only comes from within. Father, guide me from the gutter to hope. I've been walking this line. Past full of scars, but my future is fine. They said I fall, said I wouldn't survive, but God wrote my story with purpose and time. Every tear I cried, He kept in His hand. Turn my broken piece into part of the plan. I don't flex my strength, I boast my pride. If I'm still breathing, it's Him in my life. When the waves come crashing, my faith gets thin. I remember where my help comes in.
deep dive in His mercy, deep dive in His grace, deep dive in His glory. The kind that can't be erased. Deep dive in His love, deep dive in salvation.
Deep dive in a peace that only comes from within. Deep dive in a peace that only comes from within. Father, guide me. Father, guide me. Father, guide me. Father, guide me. Father, guide me.
I was lost in the dark, now I walk in the light. No more running from truth, no more living for hype. If the storm try to break me, I won't run or flee. It's the same God who saved me, He's still covering me. Not perfect, but forgiven. I'm alive by His will. I go deep in the faith when the world gets real.
Deep dive in His mercy,
deep dive in His grace,
deep dive in His glory. The kind that can't be erased. Deep dive.
And I'm so blessed to be able to share my experiences and testimony with other people.